himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick, my dear friends,
Hi.
are all here.
What's wrong?
Well, Nick didn't turn
Josh's
my
mic
microphone
is
up.
not like us.
I missed,
They
I
not
missed-
like us.
I missed that part of the meeting too.
Turning up
a microphone. Yeah,
understandable. Yeah, you've only been producing.
What's up
the
with
show
you
for
and
like 4
missing
years.
meetings, Nick?
You missed a meeting.
I didn't miss a meeting. That was a joke. That was a callback to the other day.
I see.
Nick's not at the meeting, and everyone thinks they not like us.
What is this in reference to?
That is a popular song, John, by Kendrick Lamar.
It is also a diss track toward Drake.
And it will be sung at the Super Bowl on
If you
Sunday.
watch the halftime show, you will see. This is what he's gonna.
I
He'll
will
either
not-
open or finish with this song.
I will not be watching.
Somebody-
Yes, you will.
No,
You'll be
I won't.
watching the halftime
No, I don't
show.
watch the halftime show.
What do you do?
That's when I usually get up, either get more food. If I'm doing laundry, I do that. I wander around.
Doing laundry
Probably go
during
outside.
the Super Bowl?
It'll be
They
on,
not like
John.
us.
You'll hear it. Dun, 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 dun.
It's-
You'll
Yeah,
also
I don't
hear
know
it
if you know
right
this.
here on 1620 The
I don't know if you
Zone.
know
Nice.
this,
We
but
have a
when you do
graphic and
laundry,
everything.
you just
We
put
do.
it in the machine, and then the machine does all the work. And really, the only thing you're doing is taking it out and putting it away.
Dun, 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 dun. There it is.
Somebody asked
You're going to
Kendrick.
love it, John.
By the way, speaking of laundry, update on the calzone pants. They have been saved.
Wow.
Wow. Travis just asked, do we have any updates on the calzone
Yes.
pants?
So I took some advice in one of our listeners in the YouTube chat.
OxyClean.
Well, I had the OxyClean before,
Huge.
but I did another run through the laundry. I did some more OxyClean, but someone suggested using some Dawn dish soap.
Oh, I've heard that too. Yes.
And I just put a little of that on there and I rubbed it in real
Scrub it.
good.
Rubbed
And
it
then
in.
Rubbed it in and then put it in the wash, and it got them out this morning. It's calzone pants are no longer
Calzone-free.
calzone.
Wow. That's awesome.
Now
John.
they're just pants.
Now they're just pants again.
Somebody
Your calzone pants were shouting at the time at all the other pants.
Hey, look at
They
me.
not like they not like us.
Somebody asked Kendrick what they can expect to hear from him in the halftime show, and his response was just stories.
Stories.
Yeah, they're songs. Those are called songs.
Now that
Kendrick.
would be that'd be a fun twist on the Super Bowl halftime. What if they just got someone to come out in a rocking chair at the 50-yard line and they just read to us for 20 minutes?
That would be a pretty
We
different.
could use a reset, honestly.
Now,
Oh,
to
yeah.
perform,
Nick, can we play some of these songs coming back from break so that John can learn about Kendrick Lamar? Like we could play some
what do I
songs
need
from
to learn about it?
Damn, for example,
I
like
do like
DNA. I got royalties.
I love DNA.
It's a great song, Nick.
Hold on. For
The
someone,
Supernovas use that as their hype song
I got.
last
for,
season.
for someone who's not of music.
I was into music when this album came out.
Oh.
What about Humble?
Humble's great.
Be humble.
Those songs
Hold
are
up,
not
hold up.
good.
Sit
What do
down.
you mean they're not good?
Be
They're
humble.
Yeah,
They're
those
great
songs.
songs.
Happer.
Those songs are not good.
What's wrong with you? Well, I didn't.
I
know
appreciate.
this.
Like I like Kendrick. Like I don't get why he has become like as big as he is.
because you're old now.
Just no. I like rap. Like
you're
I,
a child. You've aged.
yeah, but like I don't know. I like when stuff is. I don't know. I like when stuff is good.
Kendrick Lamar
Kendrick
is
is really good.
Kendrick Lamar is good.
Do you not like Kendrick because he tells real stories about real
Is
experiences?
that what it is, Happer?
Nah. Like,
Would you rather have Migos talking about talkies or whatever?
Migos is way more catchy than Kendrick Lamar.
I don't listen to
Kendrick
music, so I don't
tells stories from the streets, Happer.
know.
Yeah,
I do
don't
know about
see-
They Not Like Us.
Yeah,
though.
see, I don't care about the lyrics. I really don't. I just want
A
like
minor.
Yeah, I just want a good sounding song.
Yikes! Tough look for Drake.
So
Very
is
nice.
this,
Allegedly.
so is this an aged star? Like,
Age.
is this like bringing back Paul McCartney to do
No,
a halftime
No, he's
show?
still in his prime.
So, John, do you
Oh,
remember?
well, you keep referencing the old stuff. I didn't know how old this.
do you
goes
remember
back.
when Mike Riley was the head coach at Nebraska?
Kendrick Lamar is 37.
He's older
Oh.
than me. But probably no kids.
I do.
You not like him.
Oh, was that the show that
I ain't
he
like
took
him.
him to?
You got it.
Okay.
And then there's this very funny picture of Mike Riley and Kendrick Lamar
Did he do-
handshaking, literally, not handshake memeing.
Hmm.
I believe handshaking, right?
They did this.
Amazing that administration didn't work out.
Bum, bum, bum. He's at the Super Bowl now, John.
yeah,
Who,
I thought.
Mike Riley?
Well, he might be.
Well, he was at the other league Super Bowl. What is that league again? The UFC.
Oh, that's right. He
UFL,
was the
yeah.
coach of the New Jersey Generals,
Yes, that's right.
our favorite team
Yeah, I
from
like
that
it.
league.
Yeah.
whatever league it is now.
I don't know. I don't watch that crap.
Mike Riley.
Wow.
Kendrick.
I don't watch that crap. You know what that crap is? Football.
I love football.
Wow.
That is college and pro.
Tough look for friend of the program, Adrian Martinez.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kevin Cook.
And that's pro football.
I know.
They get paid.
Look, I have come to the realization recently that while I love football, maybe I'm not as much of a sicko as some people or a pervert.
What makes you say this?
Because I don't like high school football. I think high school football is objectively horrible. I also don't like UFL or USFL or any of that crap either. Give me college and pro.
Are you
That's all I
saying you
want.
like your season?
Well, it's book time, John. I got a short story that I got at the library for free recently that I'll be starting very, very soon.
So is high school football objectively horrible or subjectively horrible?
Yeah, I'll say objectively, but yes. For
I mean, when you
purposes of
consider
English,
that the great
subjectively.
college players who later become the great pro players were probably at one time great high school players, can it be bad?
People forget about
Yes,
Cooper
it
DeJean.
can. Yes, it can though, because they're playing against a bunch of like 10th graders with pimples on their face. And I can say this: I had pimples on my face in 10th grade.
Well, they
I
might.
didn't.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'd
You're
great
not
skin.
like me.
I mean, they still might have pimples on their faces now. How do we know that Dylan doesn't have, some maybe some back knee or something?
Excellent
Oh,
question.
well, you would never know because he has turtlenecks on all the time.
That's true.
Poll question. Does
And
Dylan
he's
have-
hanging out with high
What
school
is
kids.
he covering?
What is he covering?
Yes, and Dylan is loving the high school basketball scene in Lincoln.
And Omaha, wasn't he at the
Oh, yeah, he's
West
at
Side
Millard
game
North
West?
or-
He was at a local Omaha high school game last night.
Crazy.
Sean Callahan wrote about it in Tunnel Talk today. I don't know if I'm allowed to disseminate, but basically it was like they have to give a warning to these high schools because everyone freaks out. Also, I'm going to read this sentence from Sean. Have you read this? Did you read Tunnel
No,
Talk
I
today?
didn't. I didn't read it. But
Okay,
why?
I'm gonna
Why
read
are
you
they
something.
having to?
What do they tell? What Dylan Raiola calls?
Because
the
there's a
high
part
school?
of this sentence that I hate, and it's because I'm aging. Let's see.
Okay.
Where's it at?
TikToks. Did it say TikToks?
Basically.
Hmm.
Okay, here we go. Quarterback Dylan Raiola and Emmett Johnson's visit to local high school basketball games have gotten so big that a representative who works with Raiola gives the schools a heads up that they might be coming to their gym that night. It can be quite a bit for the
Might
schools
be.
to manage, as the receiving line of students who want to take pictures and make social media posts with Raiola and Johnson
Oh boy.
is quite long.
Oh,
I hate
boy.
that sentence. I hate that sentence.
Yeah, it's a bad sentence.
Dun,
but-
dun,
Have you guys ever
dun.
stood in line and waited for a picture with something or someone?
I've stood in line and waited for an autograph, which is adjacent, I feel like, to picture taking.
I have with a band. don't
I did
remember
with the
band.
World Series trophy.
That was my one. I've waited in line for a picture with the World Series trophy. John and I handshake meme yet
Yep.
again.
Yeah, well, none of my teams ever win anything, so no.
Well, they never win the World
What do you mean?
Series.
That's
because
true.
you have
Dun,
100
dun,
favorite
dun, dun.
teams.
Boston won the World Series in 2018, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't
but
a Red
he's had
Sox fan
many-
anymore by
many
then.
teams.
Yeah. 04, Nick, but they didn't bring the World Series trophy to Omaha.
Who
in
were you a
04.
team of in 2018?
Royals. Nobody. Who cares? It's
Royals
baseball.
did not win the World Series.
That game that went to like
2018.
14 innings. What game was? You remember that game?
the
What?
2014 American League wildcard game?
No, 2018 World Series. Wasn't one of the games that go to like 14 or 15 innings?
I don't know.
I went to bed.
Why
It
don't
was-
you stay in your lane and talk about the 2001 World Series?
Thank you, Nick. Scott Brocious, Mr. November, Derek
Tino
Jeter.
Martinez.
Would
Oh,
you wait in
God.
line to take a picture next to the Diamondbacks World Series trophy?
No, I would never do.
Well, it's
such
from
a
the
thing.
2001 World
I
Series.
don't think they came to Omaha though.
No, they didn't make the tour.
Well, no, but if you happen to be in Phoenix, where the Diamondbacks reside.
But I live in Omaha.
You
Yeah.
go to
well, like
Phoenix
I said, you would have to
frequently.
be there, be visiting there.
Ah, yes. I've only been to Phoenix one time. I enjoyed it. Had a good time.
You say hi to Scott Frost?
He wasn't there yet. It was 2014. No Scott Frost.
Maybe you go to the Waste Management Open and get absolutely hammered and fall over.
Isn't that this week?
It is.
I totally forgotten about this until my wife turned it on yesterday. I was like, oh, that's right, golf.
It's because you get triggered every time John talks about golf.
Yes,
so
Great
you
point.
because
bring it up.
John
Great
doesn't
point.
like it. And he always wants to talk about live for some reason. John wants to talk about live more than anyone
John, you
wants
wanna
to
talk
Who
about
doesn't
live?
want to talk about live?
I
see.
don't want to talk about live.
Why wouldn't you want to live?
I don't,
I'm trying
I
to
don't-
think of
I
it'd
don't
be
want
like
to talk about live. I don't want to talk about simulator golf. And
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about the golf that's not the Masters.
it's like
That's
if,
it.
if I were to suddenly
The
put in a
TGL?
ton of questions,
Yes, not that. That's simulator golf.
if I were to put in a ton of questions about the UFC, that's what it would be like for this comparison. John doesn't like golf. John doesn't watch golf. John definitely doesn't like live golf. And yet every week there's
But he
at
likes
least
living.
there's one live golf question. Rory McIlroy said this.
John, I don't
Tiger
blame you
Woods said
for
this.
talking about how much you want to live. That's good.
Yeah.
We should have appreciation. for that.
Yeah. Jeez.
For living life.
For live.
Man.
Hmm.
Nothing wrong with living.
Live, life, love,
Love.
laugh.
Put that on a poster.
Live, life, love, laugh.
That's what I would say if I was
The
a
4 L's.
48-year-old mother.
Mhm.
Live life, love, and laugh.
You'd have one of those things in the kitchen that says, "Don't talk to mommy until she's had her wine."
Yes.
Oh, you should make one of those for you, Happer. Don't talk to Daddy until
What,
I don't know.
Josh?
Until you've asked him about the 2014 wild card
American
game
League
against
wild card game. Thank you.
That would be a great sign.
Don't talk to Daddy unless you've first talked to him about the 2014 American League wild card game.
It's like those weird shirts, you know.
Yeah.
Stibbs had a bit for a while where he was very into those, like,
yeah.
I'm a man who likes to mow his lawn while also
I'm an
certain-
Arizona Cardinals fan
Yeah.
who appreciates a hard day's work and also loves Busch Light.
yeah. And if you don't like that, you can get off
Screw
my
you.
porch.
I'm a certified forklift driver. I love my friends, but if you get on my bad side, I can be a wolf.
Those are the exact shirts we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I think this is what you need, Happer.
Yeah, it would just run the whole span of my wall.
This would be awesome.
Don't talk to Daddy until you've talked to him about the 2014 American League wildcard game. In fact, we could do it in here.
Oh, the wall of
Oh,
random is
good.
back.
Oh, this
Dun,
is all of the
dun, dun.
2014 American League Wild
What if we
Card
had
game.
what if we had a ticker in here and we could put whatever we wanted to
Like
on the
it's
ticker?
Circa?
Like it's Circa.
I
They
love
have a
that
ticker.
ticker.
There's a couple coffee shops that have those too. You can program it, and then it's like you just hear it flip sometimes. Just
Why would a coffee shop have a
Yeah, like
ticker?
a score bug?
No, they put like nice messages and stuff on there. Like,
Have a great
"Have a nice
day."
day."
Oh, they're trying to be that place.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, their coffee's okay. I don't necessarily like to go there.
Dun, dun, dun,
Their
dun.
tea's okay. I guess I have their coffee.
Not like us.
Sad.
Yeah.
It's a place that literally sells avocado toast, which blows my mind because I thought that was a bit up until I went to that.
Oh no,
place.
it's not a bit.
I
It's
didn't think
real.
people actually did avocado toast.
People actually do have-
Millennials.
I thought avocado toast was a thing that Gen X and Boomers came up with. Is like
real
they
thing.
made something up that they hated that millennials did.
Nope.
Nope.
No, millennials
Nope,
actually love
millennials
this.
did it.
Like, you know how sometimes generations make up a person and then they get mad at that person they made up.
I've never done such a thing, Nick, about your whack ass generation.
Hmm.
Not one time.
Yeah, what person did you make up?
Yeah. Yeah. What person
I haven't
did
made
you
up a
make?
person yet.
Oh. Maybe that could be your new thing today.
Are you sure? I thought you were shacking with her.
Wow.
Ha!
She's
I've met
real.
her, John.
You've met
she's,
her.
She's oh, that's right. John has supposedly met her too.
You've all met her.
Happer met her?
Yeah, College World Series.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, we met. We met. I just remember the one time that we were all at the airport and it was just like, okay, bye.
Oh,
we had
that's
to
right.
get home. There was an emergency at home we had to get to.
Emergency.
We had to deal with something. The
Nice.
no,
Interesting.
the roommate.
Nice.
You were gone for a few days.
It was a long time.
The
Happer.
roommate. The
Young
roommate
love.
was dealing with something, and we had to go help the roommate.
Mm.
The roommate.
You're making this more awkward, Nick, by the sentence.
I'm just
you
telling
could have
you
just
what
said
happened.
there was a pizza in the oven and we had to take it out.
Except there wasn't.
You had something to deal
But
with.
then we would say, why would you leave a pizza in the oven while going to the airport?
I would
that
add
would be
that comment.
Yeah.
I would-
Those imaginary girlfriends do the dumbest things.
Oh, Chance has met her too. That's right.
Chance has met the very real girlfriend.
Yeah, he met her at Trader Joe's.
Wow, look at that.
Oh,
Everyone's
man.
met-
I've been
met
to
her.
Trader Joe's
Everyone
in a
was
long
at,
time.
why were you all at Trader Joe's? At the
Shopping.
same
They have
time?
John
good chocolate
getting
milk. They have
groceries.
good chocolate milk.
They have good chocolate milk.
Yeah.
I've never had Trader Milk.
What? Why are you looking at me like
Chocolate milk
No,
is chocolate milk.
that? No, not true.
Yeah,
There are different flavors of chocolate milk. For example, Highland
Chocolate
local,
and
pretty
chocolate?
good, but not as good as A&E from Iowa.
This sounds like a taste test challenge.
Oh.
Blind taste test. We need to get different chocolate milks.
Well, there's the glass bottle one that they have at Hy-Vee. That's very expensive, but
Yeah.
very, very good.
We need to
Just
get
because it's in a glass bottle doesn't mean it's good.
But
No,
we've
it
had
is
it.
good,
It
though.
is good. And if you return it, you get $2.50.
They also
yeah, but you paid the $2.50 prior.
No, I know,
so
but
it's,
I mean it's a little cheaper.
that's
Wow,
just-
look at that. Otson. Josh is right. Highland good. Nestle Quick bad.
well, okay.
Thank
We
you.
gotta
Chocolate
be clear on
he
this.
called it Nestle Quick and
Is it
not
not?
Nesquik. That's interesting.
But we
Is
got to
it
be
a
clear
Nestle
about
Quick?
this. We're not talking about Hershey or Nestle stuff where you mix it into white milk
Correct.
and make it chocolate milk.
Yeah, that's
this
fake
has to be
news.
They have
chocolate milk that's in the bottle.
Yeah, Nestle has
Gotta be a
Nesquik
guarantee
is chocolate
on the
milk in the
box.
bottle.
Oh, I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, they've had that since I was a tiny baby. They've done that.
Okay.
We have to get
Okay.
A&E chocolate milk. That's the best one.
What's A&E?
That's Iowa's version of Highland, but better.
A&E, like
Yeah.
the network?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Anderson Erickson.
There's an episode of Breaking Bad on there.
Nice.
Bottle.
It's
That's
Anderson
nice.
Erickson. They have dairy products.
Okay,
They're
so-
very good.
Well, but do they
Wow,
sell
they're so
that here?
defensive about it.
They might.
Yeah,
might
why
sell
are
it
you
in
being so
Hy-Vee.
defensive? It's chocolate milk.
It's milk.
Well, wait a minute. You're the one who started this
No,
by
I'm
saying
being
that chocolate
defensive
milk
about
is great.
drinking chocolate
chocolate
milk.
And I'm
company.
saying A&E tastes better than the Highland.
Yeah, I
Whoa,
do
that's
like
what
Trader
I'm saying.
Joe's. Trader Joe's, I think, best bang for your buck in terms of the chocolate milk.
Well,
variety.
that's not what the challenge is about.
No,
the
it's
challenge
best.
is about which one's the best.
Well,
Which
that's,
one's good?
I think it's the glass.
all right,
bottle.
we're all here next week, right? Friday?
Yeah.
Next
Da, da,
Friday,
da, da.
One chocolate milk Friday.
we need to
Awesome. All right.
we need to test this. I want a blind taste test.
All right.
So
What a hilarious
So
bit.
A&E chocolate
Otson,
milk,
you're invited too.
Trader Joe's chocolate milk.
Okay.
What's the other chocolate
The
milk?
Hy-Vee, the
A&W.
glass bottle one.
The Hy-Vee
Oh,
glass bottle one.
Nesquik, probably. That is chocolate milk.
Yeah, do we need to
Yeah,
go?
but do we want to disqualify that because it's?
I mean, here it is.
I mean, it's
Well,
chocolate milk.
did
and
you
it's in
say
a bottle.
Highland chocolate milk? Because that would be 4.
We do need Highland.
Well, that would be 4.
Yeah, I think that this is it. Twin Brook Creamery.
What about A&W?
Look
like
at
Nick
that
said.
stuff.
A&E, not A&W.
A&E.
Oh,
Where-
I bet
You mentioned
A&W
that.
Is there
great
any
chocolate milk.
A&E
Tastes
chocolate
like
milk in
root beer.
Omaha, Nick?
They might have it at Hy-Vee. If not, I can just go to Council Bluffs.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, it's kind of like that beer. They don't cross the Mississippi River.
Oh,
Yingling.
Yeah,
Yingling.
Yingling.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so 4 chocolate milks.
Nice. Wow, what a
Unless someone's got a suggestion that there's another one too.
Can
This
I
could
have
do
some
5
white milk, please?
Well, this is a chocolate milk challenge.
Yeah.
Fine.
This is something you can only do on the radio.
Yeah.
This is a great radio thing.
Yes.
Can't imagine seeing this on the internet.
Nope. That would be stupid.
Radio only.
Radio only because we're a complete digital and analog audio experience.
Nate says this conversation fits all of your childish palates. Wow, Nate,
Whoa,
chocolate
whoa,
milk is
whoa,
good for
whoa, whoa.
muscle recovery
I don't
after
like
a
chocolate
workout.
milk.
It
It's
is.
good
Hand
for
up.
you,
I
Happer.
don't care.
I mean, I like chocolate milk. I just don't drink it very often.
I don't think I've had chocolate milk since I was in school.
I started drinking it again
You're
3
denying
years
yourself.
ago, and now I have it. I have multiple glasses a week.
No, I just
Chocolate
drink
milk
water.
is delicious.
It's awesome.
I love
I
it.
drink
It's
really
good.
3 things: water, Diet Coke, and coffee.
Wow.
3 things.
That sounds like an oddly specific
Water,
shirt.
coffee, chocolate milk.
I only drink 3 things. Water.
And if you're not one of
Diet
these
Coke.
3 things, you can go bleep yourself.
what
That's what
So you
the
don't
shirt
like
would say.
iced tea? What you didn't say beer?
about beer?
I drink beer sometimes.
Remember, he quit drinking, except not really.
Whiskey sometimes.
Bourbon,
Bourbon.
which is a form of whiskey.
Yes. Under the
Hmm.
All bourbon is whiskey, but not all whiskey is bourbon.
that's a shirt.
That is a shirt.
And if you don't like it, you can
1620
go
the
bleep
zone.
yourself.
And if you don't like it, I'm going to drive this forklift over.
Maybe
you.
that's what we have Cutler do. Just like have him say all these things, and if you don't like that, you can go. F
Well, I'm
yourself.
sure we've got some.
We're on the
out-
radio. You
I'm
can
sure
go
there's
bleep
plenty
yourself.
of outtakes from the Thompson era
That's true.
that have all of those kinds of
Nick,
sayings.
can we bring back those spots?
I don't know where they are anymore. They're not in the system.
Time to get him to re-record them.
Yeah.
I miss those spots. Hey, does your son have a tattoo?
So funny, man.
He's Satan.
He's got the deviltry on his arm. The old ball and chain. You hate your wife, right?
Yeah, all of the promos were about hating yourself.
It was about his exact life.
Yes.
Hating your wife, hating your kids.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
do you have
buddy.
to come back to Omaha to get your teeth looked at the dentist? Well, if you're there, check out the zone.
Those commercials or those promos were weird because it painted the picture of a person whose only bright spot of the day was listening to us.
And you know what? I'll take it.
I would
if
too.
that's the case.
Yeah, but
If we
sure.
are the only bright spot in someone's life, Nick, that's awesome.
we want our
we
listeners
might
to
have
have
saved someone's life today just by listening to us.
Yes.
You know what? Fair. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
We
glad
want our
could be
listeners to
here for
have
you.
happy and complete
Yeah.
lives, but if you can't, hopefully we can provide a nice slice of sunshine during the show.
See what Chance said?
I did. Yeah.
Did your wife forget to shave her beard?
Nick, when I went through a tough personal thing, you know what kept me sane? Podcasts.
Yeah.
Because I
1620
worked
the zone.
because I worked at 1620, so I
Oh.
guess that counts too.
Yeah.
Sitting next to John every day, he
But
kept
with
me
a shower
sane.
curtain between you.
No, this was pre-COVID.
It's
Oh.
pre-curtain.
It was a different.
It's a good
time.
thing it was. Otherwise, he might have been
Wow.
over.
You might have
Charles
fallen in
says
love
I
with a
checked
curtain.
the back seat because of this show. Look
Oh.
at that.
See?
Thank you, Charles.
Wow.
See,
Wow.
we are saving lives.
Look at Kelsey.
Well, we
you
used
guys,
to.
you guys were the only bright spot when I was going through my divorce. Look at us. 1620 the zone.
But isn't Kelsey happy now that 380-pound Chiefs loving ball and chain is off of her ankle? Probably very happy.
I wonder if he's somewhere still yelling at the radio telling us to ball our poop up.
Well, he might be after John just said that about him. Da, 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 da.
Kelsey just, yes.
Yes. Oh, man. Well, look at Max. You guys definitely brought me some light in the fall of 2023. Had some tough stuff going on. Appreciate it.
Oh, man.
Yeah. See?
Thank you.
Look at us.
Thank you for
Look
saying
at
that.
us. And now next week, we're going to drink chocolate milk on the radio.
We do this for you.
We do it. We do. We do it for you.
Baymon, I've listened through 3 wives. Well, 3 so far. Look at us. Shout out Baymon.
Unless it's our fault, then sorry, Baymon.
That's 3 people he's had sex with. Shout out to Baymon.
Well, I mean, you don't know if he's had sex with his
That's
wife.
true. Maybe they didn't consummate. All right. Well,
If you're having a bad day, listen to these dudes drink chocolate milk.
that could be another promo.
Another
Cutler,
promo.
Get on it,
Are you having a bad day?
buddy.
Well, they drink chocolate milk on the radio sometimes.
Your day might have just got worse because you realize that that's a job that you can do.
Oh,
Instead, you're driving a forklift and drinking Busch Light.
I'm going to drive it off a cliff. Buddy.
Oh, man.
I would, I'd like to drive a forklift once.
Me too, John. Great take. I
Because
would love
you go into all these arenas and there's always a forklift around.
I
to
was
forklift, and they go beep, beep, beep.
But I want the forklift that doesn't go beep, beep, beep. It's like, hey, this is a damn forklift. If you can't see it coming towards you,
You
I
you
think-
don't
know.
deserve the beep, beep.
I think legally when OSHA still existed, that was a requirement, though.
Unfortunately, John, you would probably get on the forklift for the first time, start driving it, and then you'd be that lady trying to drive around Ryan Day on the golf cart at the national
Crash.
championship game.
Mm.
Beep, beep.
That's true because I'm not used to having giant forks sticking out the front, where it
Exactly.
looks like, oh, I'm right on. Oh,
Turn into an Austin Powers situation.
yeah.
I wasn't forklift certified when I worked at the hardware store, but I was lift truck certified, which is basically a forklift, but you stand up on it.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking
And then
about.
it's like a 0-turn situation. Those are cool. I could drive that. I could drive that real well.
Zero turn stuff kind of freaks me out.
Oh, I love it.
What's 0 turn?
It's just you can go in a
It can
total
turn
circle.
all the way around.
Interesting.
I love that lift truck.
Tyler says, why is the crossover the best part of the show? Now, is that
Screw
compliment?
you, Tyler.
I mean, also, but
Best
thank
part
you.
of which show?
Oh,
Oh, that's good
Best part of
point.
the Happer show,
Best
yeah.
part.
It's the worst part of our show. but-
Oh, Chance is forklift trained.
Oh, wow.
But are you certified, Chance?
Otson says, my dad drove a forklift for 40 years.
My stepdad drove a forklift.
Wow.
Can you imagine Chance being taught
You're not
how
like
to
us.
drive a forklift? Because his natural inclination is just to run into buildings and knock them over. No, Chance. You cannot use the forklift to knock over buildings.
Look
Hey,
at those
you-
2 stacks
You
of
got-
toilet
you-
paper.
You got 2 forks.
Chance, don't put those pallets next to each other.
Mhm.
You know what else there was 2 of? There's 2 forks.
Oh, Lord. Not like us.
I like
God.
the idea of using that da 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 as an exclamation now.
Oh, that's great. I love this idea.
You're going to hear it a
Yeah.
lot on Sunday.
I mean, I still don't get it, but okay.
Now you have to watch that.
You will.
No, I don't want to.
I want your full
Why not?
review.
Because I like to,
Why
I
didn't
like
you
to
do
move
this for
around.
I Don't Care this week?
but then I would care because I'm watching it.
But you would proclaim that you don't care.
If you don't mention that I don't care, then everybody knows that you do actually
Oh,
care.
man.
That's
Now
what
we
that
have to
segment
all
is.
tweet at John on Sunday. Look, John.
John, did you see that?
Da, 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 da. It's the
I
halftime
don't
show.
now that he doesn't play this song just to
Oh,
ruin
he's
your-
going to play
That'd
that
He's
be pretty
absolutely. He won an award for that song.
What does he play it first or last?
first.
I think
This is the
first?
first sound you hear.
No, I bet he plays it last.
I think he finishes.
I'm
with
going
it.
first.
I wonder if
he
he.
begins with I got. I think
That'd
that's how
be
he
good.
starts.
The Supernovas used to have that as their hype up song
my DNA.
at the beginning of their matches, and then this season they switched it to the worst Imagine Dragons song, and I hate it.
The worst
Sorry.
one.
Yeah,
What's the
I
worst?
thought they were all
Believer.
bad.
What's the best
I
one?
remember when Creighton used to
Radioactive
use power.
is really good.
Radioactive.
Aw.
Radioactive.
Eh,
I like
Why-
that.
The first two.
Kanye's back.
eh.
Did
Why
you see
are-
what Kanye said?
Why are people
Oh, yeah.
so attached to
They
that
love
song?
that song, John,
I
just like
don't
they
get
love
it.
the Budweiser song. This
I mean,
is Budweiser.
I know.
This is me.
Exactly.
Creighton fans can be weird.
It can be.
Whoa. The voice of the Jays. Odson, make a graphic. Creighton fans can be weird.
They can be
Hot
weird.
take alert.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. John, you might have just gotten in trouble.
I,
Congrats.
I just don't understand.
to
the
Connor
supporting.
Happer, the new voice of the Jays.
No.
Josh,
no.
when you make this graphic, make it like a video and then just put the beginning of Not Like Us in the background of that picture. The graphic. Thank you.
Dun,
Da,
dun,
da,
dun,
da,
dun.
da. On loop.
I mean,
Dun,
for
dun,
fairness,
dun.
Husker fans can be weird. We've been using the same 45-year-old instrumental for a tunnel walk. You can't change it.
Uh-huh.
God forbid.
What do you guys think about this comment from Joe in Vegas? The Grum is the best sports radio show in the country. No offense, Happer. But will be light years better when the college basketball season is over.
No.
What a take. I agree with both of those takes. Best show, hoops are bad. Ba, ba, ba,
I want you to say that during your next Creighton women's broadcast.
I love women's basketball, though.
Oh, but that's college basketball.
I like that version of basketball better than the men's version.
Why do you love it so
Oh,
much?
Quarters.
You like women's basketball, so you love
Oh.
Caitlin Clark then.
Yeah, I never said
I actually
anything
like
bad.
Caitlin Clark.
I
Yeah.
do too.
Yeah, I never said anything
I
bad
got
about
nothing
her.
Yeah,
against
but I've
her.
never heard you say anything good about her either.
What are you talking about? Last year, I was always like, I love watching her play. I root for Iowa because of her.
Mm.
Yeah, I literally said it on the radio. Jack was like, what?
What?
Yeah. And I think he went, da, 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 da. They not like us.
Did Angel Reese send you any nasty grams in the mail?
No. I don't think she knows who I am. She must have missed
Well,
our radio
I
show.
just figured that, you know.
Oh, did you guys get to that Caitlin Clark thing today?
Soon.
Huh?
No, we ran out of time.
Yeah.
We ran out of time.
Monday.
Monday. Okay.
We'll get to it.
I'll listen.
She'll
Monday.
probably be at the Super Bowl.
Tyler, by the way, has followed up. He says it was a compliment about the crossover being the best. Thank you, Tyler. Why is it
To
the
the
best?
Happer Show.
Great question. I have no idea because we don't get to talk to each other very much.
That's
Ben, B rather, says True Moo is the only chocolate milk.
True Moo.
Oh, we
Is
may
it-
have to. we may
Isn't
have
that the
to-
one like the plastic that kind of goes like this?
Is True Moo like that protein chocolate milk?
Yeah, I think so.
though? I don't want to drink protein chocolate
Yeah,
milk.
I think we have to be. We have
All
to
the
be
kind of
specific
milks.
that they can't be like in.
Oh, never mind. I was thinking of a different one.
It's got to be like true to chocolate milk.
This
I mean,
is whole.
some
chocolate
people, you know, they turn it into energy drinks or something.
So
Sure.
many different kinds of milk. I've never
Mhm.
even looked at a different milk. I just go to the grocery store when I need milk and I get the big jug of milk.
You
that has
only
no
look at the
real
white milks, huh?
Exactly.
Mm.
And then I leave. There's so many milks though.
Too many milks.
There's too many milks.
When you get milk, do you intentionally try to get milk that's farther back than the one in the front because it has the higher
I
expiration
check the
date?
expiration dates.
Yeah, I just look at the.
Those are
expiration.
important, Nick.
Check the expiration.
Yeah,
That
too many
doesn't work.
syllables. Max says, Unsportsmanlike Conduct is the best college football show. I could not have disagreed more with Josh about Scott Frost around 21 or so, and I was wrong. You guys nailed it. Wow, look at that. John, we are the best show about a sport that you hate. What does that say about us?
I didn't say I hate college football.
You didn't say you love it, though.
You
I
said
don't-
you
I don't
hate
need
college
to.
basketball.
Yeah, you did say that. I never said I hated
Because
college
I like
football.
being
I
honest with
hate
the
the
audience.
people that run college football.
I want to be
because they're
honest.
idiots.
I'm going to be honest with the audience about how I feel about sports. John's going to hide behind platitudes and administrators.
I hate you.
Well, you're not going to hide behind that.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And John just
And
admitted
I'm
it.
going to show it next week when your chocolate milk is a different kind of chocolate.
Nice.
It's stirred in.
This chocolate milk is very nutty.
Stir it in just a little bit more. A little bit more.
Gross.
John also just admitted that Creighton fans are weird.
Wow, I can't believe he said that.
It's just a weird obsession
Wait until
with
St.
that
John's
song.
gets a hold of this.
It's. I mean,
and
it's
airs
not
it at
even
the
that,
game next week.
It's not even that
Going down
good
to
of an
Josh.
intro song. It's not.
Yeah, but it's just the thing that was the thing.
I
John.
know, but
They still do it?
no,
No,
they stopped doing it after he became problematic.
Yeah, he was,
incredibly problematic.
I see.
And now he's parading around his naked wife.
Yeah, I saw.
Well,
yeah.
no, did you
Is
see
he,
the
is he
new
more
recent thing
or
that he
less
said?
problematic now?
No, he's more because he just said
Oh, what did he say? now?
another. He got mad because
He said he's a Nazi.
Yeah, when
Okay, that's more.
Yeah.
That's more problematic.
It's 2025 though. Howard.
And
not
the
only did he say
underhits.
he said I like Hitler. That's what Kanye said. Kanye said that.
Wow, really?
Yes,
Under.
hits.
Wow.
Designated Hitler.
he was mad at Elon because when he did the weird looking salute thing.
That's tough hang.
Mhm.
Tough hang.
I don't like Hitler.
I also don't. I
I'm
don't.
glad your honesty with the audience is still ringing
I
true.
hate Hitler,
Yeah, John.
Nice. I do too, for the record. Just want that out there.
but I hate him more than Josh.
Damn it. You've been around longer, so I guess that makes sense.
John Bishop hates Hitler more than Josh.
Well, I'll put that on a
Interesting.
graphic.
That's on a T-shirt too. That'll
if
be
you don't
another
like
liner.
it,
That'll be another liner.
Get the
John
F out.
hates Hitler more than Josh. 1620 the zone.
It's
And then you start thinking,
unsportsmanlike
it's like,
conduct.
wait, how much does Josh hate Hitler?
Yeah.
Is it not that much?
Great question. Great question.
There's no way to know.
Mm-hmm.
You just know that John hates him more.
Wow.
Jimmy says no one should like him. I mean, Ava should have liked him because, I mean, they were.
I don't think Ava even liked him, honestly.
Well, she did. She volunteered to go into the bunker with him and then take the cyanide.
She picked him up at the airport. Was like, we have to get home.
You ever hear of Stockholm
Pizza's in the
syndrome,
oven.
John? Maybe
Well, they
it's
were in Stockholm. They were in Berlin.
Oh, my bad.
Nice, Josh.
Thank you. I'm happy somebody enjoyed
I
that
got
joke. Okay over there, Nick? Seem busy.
I was looking at a thing that Kelsey had tagged us in.
Oh, okay. That was pretty funny.
It was funny.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
All right. Well,
Not good.
that was fun.
Enjoy the various sporting events, which we all love.
There's one. There's only one this week.
no. What? No.
The Creighton Marquette game.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I have actually. I was talking about with Joey today at Saul's.
Joey loves Creighton basketball.
He
He was
does.
telling me all about the time of everything and the pregame and the postgame and the in-game and the highlights, all those things.
He does a
doing a
great
great
job
job.
with the
He's
with
doing a
cutting
great
up
job.
everything and sending me audio and doing work.
Now, does
Joe's a great producer.
Does Joey refer to you as one of the three amigos?
The what?
Oh.
Joey is saying that there are three amigos.
Oh.
And for that one time where I filled in for John, I was one of the amigos.
Oh.
But I don't know if John gets that treatment.
Oh.
Hmm.
Well, who would be the third?
Well, there would be without a third if you're not the third.
Oh.
It's unfortunate for you.
Dun, 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 dun.
Probably because I don't understand the whole usage of power.
That's true. By the way,
There's so many better songs.
the other thing I talked about with Joey was the opening game of the 2025 NFL season.
Oh, I
He had many takes
Yeah.
on many sides. And we both, I think, handshake memed that we think no matter who wins, they'll play the Commanders on the opening Thursday night of the season because they both host Washington next year. So that was our take.
Okay.
That was Joey's take. Joey was telling me when the game will be in Germany, when the game will be in Ireland, when the game will be in Brazil. That guy knows stuff.
No, he doesn't. You accused him last year of having a
Well, 'cause
being
he was
clueless.
Well, he was. I mean, he said the Cowboys were going to open the season at noon on a Sunday.
He got like 25% of the schedule right, didn't he?
Pretty amazing
Yeah.
amount, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
There's 270 games.
Wow.
He said he's going to start.
Commanders.
Yeah, he said he's going to start doing that pretty soon.
Chiefs
I
Commanders.
love this guy.
Or Eagles Commanders.
Or Eagles Commanders.
Depending on your preference.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we aren't sure that Joey isn't your son.
He's like 20 something. Yes, I can confirm. John.
Okay.
Josh, you're pretty old.
Not that old. Not that old.
Congrats on the kid.
You could be
How old is Joey?
I don't know.
20
24.
like if we had a high school
Be
intern
12.
or something like that.
That's possible.
You could be
Yeah.
that person.
Not for me though.
Dad.
Girls weren't talking
But
to me.
me
at
plus
12.
you equals nighttime fun didn't do it.
It did not do it. 12-year-old me wasn't getting it done. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, indeed.
All right. Well, there's your crossover, kids.
Yes.
All right.
Powered by
I thought we had some good ones
That was fun.
this week.
the Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. EverlevelConcrete.com. By the way, just one follow up. Kelsey did. She did have a cake apparently that
Cake?
was decorated, saying
John.
"Congrats on losing 380 pounds."
So John nailed it
I did. That was good.
on accident.
Yeah. Kind
Wow.
of.
Amazing.
Didn't have anything about getting rid of a Chiefs.
I
fan
thought I
in
had to
there,
win
but-
tickets to cake.
Oh, we'll be doing that again today.
We
Will
will.
we?
Nick didn't send us what the code word is.
You're right. I didn't
Okay, that was weird.
Whoa.
because I forgot to. I'll send it.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. Awesome.
There it is.
Cool.
Okay, bye everybody.
Bye, Aber.
Have a great weekend. But the weekend hasn't started for some of us yet.
No, we still have to work.
On 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh,
And
Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Who's ready for Super Bowl weekend?
ready for it to be over. Ready
Josh
for football
here
season
for
to be
football
over.
to be done.
So then we can start counting down again.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Josh treats football like he treats a rocket launch. You know, it's all the countdown is exciting and the liftoff is exciting, and then it gets about 100, 200 feet off the tower. It's like, okay, I'm done.
I mean, if you think about it, isn't all of life about counting down? You're excited for a big sporting event, but then you get to the event and you want it to be over so your team can win. You're never like, I'm enjoying this. You're like, I hope we win. Thus, you're hoping the game ends. And then what do? You look forward to the next thing. Life is about unloading the dishwasher, John, only to load it right back up. It's wild.
Man, you've just equaled
Put that on a
college
poster.
football to loading and unloading
Put it
the
on a
dishwasher, which is an unpleasant experience.
I did it this
And
morning.
if you listen to my wife, it's one that I don't do correctly.
Which, unload or load?
Both. Well, no,
Same.
it's complain if it's not unloaded, but it's also complain if it's loaded incorrectly.
See, my argument is if I can get everything into the dishwasher, why does it matter how it's loaded?
'Cause-
It's all going to get clean.
Wow, so I am team your significant others here. It needs to be organized correctly so then you can take advantage of the space.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. It's
I
not like I
also-
just. It's
obviously
not like I
not.
just take a shovel and just.
I want to see a
put it
picture of
in
how
there.
you guys
See,
are loading.
I think what the problem here is there's different versions of what other people think is organized. But if it all fits, then it doesn't matter.
Strigoi says, what does John do correctly?
Everything.
Ah!
Person who doesn't use his real name.
I mean, Strigoi could be a real name. Maybe it's a last name. It's Bob Strigoi. Sounds like a funny name.
Does sound like a funny name.
Strigoi, if that's your last
My
name,
name's
sorry.
Bob. Can you imagine if Ian Fleming, the author of the Bond series,
Yeah.
would have instead named him Bob Strigoi? My name's Strigoi. Bob Strigoi.
Yeah, wouldn't have been as
To
famous.
which the bad guy would be like,
Yeah, I can't take it seriously.
yeah, I can't take it
Are
seriously.
you,
Turn around, walk
you do
away.
it shaken, not stirred, and your name is Strigoi? You suck. Get out of here, you weirdo. No offense,
From
Strigoi.
now on, Strigoi will be henceforth known as Bob Strigoi.
Travis says, my wife loads the dishwasher like a cracked out raccoon, and I'm the one organizing it.
That's impressive if a cracked out raccoon can load a dishwasher.
Yeah, honestly. I
It
think
would be.
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah, hard to argue with
I mean,
that.
it could. They have opposable thumbs. There's
Well,
nothing stopping a raccoon from loading
One of
a
the
dishwasher.
issues is that, and we recently got some new plastic bowls, the big plastic bowls you use to
Look at these
store
bowls.
things or maybe put salad in or
Mixing
some mixing bowls and
Yeah,
stuff like
sure,
that.
sure,
Was
sure.
I asked her, why do we have to get new bowls? She said, well, you keep putting the bowls in the dishwasher. You're not supposed to put the plastic bowls in the dishwasher.
Supposed to wash them by hand, John?
You can put the plastic ones on the top. You don't want to put them on the bottom.
Correct. That's how it goes. Jed, by the way, great listener of the Grum, great friend of the Grum. Starting Monday, 194 days. So that means we're only 197 away. John, it's fewer than 200 days until the next football season.
Spring
Yeah, but it's only here to make you sad so that you look forward to the end of it so you can start counting down
Josh,
again.
Maybe next year will be better.
How about you try getting into baseball this year?
I try. Again,
It's
I
happening.
told you about it. We don't have the channel that allows us to watch the Royals, FanDuel or Bally's, whatever it's called.
Okay, that's your first problem is you're watching the Royals.
The playoff Royals, John, what happened with the Cubs last year? 0 playoff games.
Yeah,
Not one playoff game. Not one.
that's fine.
Royals beat the Yankees. Bob Costas had to quit because it made him so sad.
The Royals didn't beat the Yankees.
In a game they
In
did.
a game.
It's not Giancarlo's fault, John.
Giancarlo.
It's not Giancarlo's fault.
They did go to the World Series.
Nick, I try to get into baseball every year. Maybe it'll stick this time. Maybe
No,
it'll
it won't.
stick.
No, it won't.
I just want to, watch my Mariners. Go Mariners.
Or your
Or
Red
Royals.
Sox.
Go.
or your
No, I
Royals.
don't care about the Red Sox anymore.
Oh, so you're not going to go to that game?
No, I will be excited to go to Fenway. It's a cool ballpark. They have a big monster in left field. It's green.
And if you yell a slur from the outfield, you can
There
hear it
will
at home
be
plate.
no slurs.
They
Nick.
specifically designed it that way.
It's like how you yell across a body of water, how it floats.
Or like
That's
those
how they
rooms
built-
that are designed where if
It's
you
a-
whisper in one corner, you can
That's
hear
how
it.
they built Fenway. Troy points
What
out.
what if there was a possibility that for every slur you utter during the Boston Marathon, it knocks 5 seconds off your time?
Oh, there
Still
you
no
go,
slurs.
Josh.
No slurs whatsoever.
You set a world
Really?
record.
I would not do
You
this.
just have to slur.
No, I won't. Nick, would you do it?
You
No.
make Sports Center.
No.
This rando guy
I
who wasn't
probably
even
would.
supposed to be part of the contending, he was just another one of the joggers, won the Boston Marathon today in 42 seconds.
Josh,
Because
Sean!
because
Do you know how many I'd have to say?
the thing is, if you're wearing
half as many as the average Bostonian.
a Red Sox jersey, no one's gonna bat an eye. They're just gonna think
That's
you're
true.
I'm not
normal.
wearing a Red Sox jersey to the Boston Marathon. Nick.
No, he's going to be wearing an Aaron Hernandez Patriots
No, I
jersey.
won't be doing that,
That
either.
knocks 10 seconds off your time. at the
Wow.
Boston
I won't be doing that. There will be none of this. Troy points out football lines are already out. Nebraska -6.5 versus Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll be there.
we quoted that
Two
a
of
couple
us
weeks
will be
ago.
here. You'll be.
I'm gonna be in Chicago.
Oh, that's right. Nick's not even going to be here. Joey will be back here producing.
We quoted that a couple
Josh
weeks
Hodson
ago.
will be there with us producing.
I
We're
wonder
gonna
if anybody has put any money on that line.
Of course they have. People love
You
betting.
think they do?
Yeah, maybe the line's going to move. Got to take advantage of it now before you see highlight videos of Dylan Raiola in the summer ripping passes.
He's spending too much time at high school games, probably eating all that high school concession food, and
Hey, gotta.
and he won't get a spring football. He won't get a spring practice.
He'll have the practice. He just won't have the game.
He won't have the spring
Plus-
game to work off all that extra weight.
Won't
He's
have
Think
gaining
about
at Creighton prep game.
think about all those zits he might have too. That could bother him.
I forgot about Nick saying he has back knee.
I didn't say he had back knee.
Oh, is that John?
That was John.
Wow.
It was a theoretic. It was
Mm.
a
It was
hypo-
theoretical back
It was
knee.
a hypothetical situation
Ah.
that we had
It's not real back knee.
discussed.
You know what is real?
Mm.
The Grum Down, brought to
Yeah.
you by the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Nice.
Look at that.
I like
Good-
that one.
Good Lord.
I
Every
like
day.
this new bit.
Yeah.
Well, the Mavs won last night thanks to J.J. White.
Mr. White.
And so, yes, all the bullet points get to be Omaha Maverick logos.
How about
today.
Gary being on national television?
Oh, did that make national TV?
It sounds like it made Sports Center.
Make the Sports
Young
Center?
Joey told me it made Sports Center.
It was a game-winning shot. No,
Different
that
one.
wa-
It's
that
a different
wasn't-
one, Nick.
that-
It's
that
a
wasn't-
different one. We have the audio.
We,
We have the video.
yeah, I was going
Oh.
to say, we got where
Remember, they moved it. They
I
changed
know
it.
they changed
I
all the
know.
labels, and now
I
I'm
know.
confused. I don't know where
Media
anything is.
assets, John.
What the hell?
We're a radio show. We don't.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. JJ spinning, top of the key. JJ lost the ball. 3 on the way. Good! JJ White with a 3 at the buzzer. They're going to look at it. They'll have to get the guys off the floor.
I love the end.
Well,
Get off the damn floor,
yeah,
guys.
I mean, they have to look at it, and make sure it was off in time, and it was.
Look at the Mavs.
Mavs won again.
And yes, UNO.
Da, 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 da.
Da da da.
and they
Da
get,
da da da. They're
and
not
their
like
reward
us.
is they get to turn around and do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a really fast turnaround.
It is. Well, that's what happens.
Ba, ba,
Occasionally
ba,
that
da.
happens where you get a couple turnarounds in a season. So it's a big hoops weekend.
Basketball.
That would never happen with Trev.
No. He'd say, get all those fancy uniforms out of my school.
I like brand continuity.
Brand continuity
Well, that's
is
what
the
Omaha-
name of the
Yeah,
game.
but that's what Omaha has. They have the brand continuity. All their uniforms have the brand continuity.
That's true.
They don't stray.
Remember when he had that idea for fixing Memorial Stadium, and now they're going to fix it, and it's going to cost even more? Is that on the
Well, we
Grum
don't
Down?
know that yet. It's not on the Grum Down,
Oh.
but we'll discuss.
Okay.
John Walker of Omaha.com will join us as
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Jay's got Marquette this weekend.
Woo, big one.
Oh, yeah, there's a football game, too.
Oh, yeah, the Super Bowl.
We will preview.
the game.
Of course.
For Super Week.
We'll have
Super
predictions
Week.
brought to you
Super
by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland.
Now, did you see the comment we had yesterday, Nick? Why don't we play the brrrr whenever we mention Moose Roofing?
Because it doesn't feel right to do that for a sponsorship read.
Sad. I think it
Even
would
though
sound-
that's the name of the company. It's actually spelled like the animal,
Yes.
unlike the athletic director for it.
You don't have to have the oh no part about it.
Oh,
just
yeah,
the,
no,
I
not the
know.
oh no
I
part.
understand. I don't want to.
I'll do it. I'll do it myself.
You know what?
can do it.
Actually, that's a good idea for Moose Roofing. You could, because usually if you had to get your roof fixed, it usually is.
Oh
preference by an
no! Yeah, that's true. But they make you say, "Oh yes." Moose Roofing.
Kent's Movie Club. Is it time for Will Ferrell to head for pasture?
Wow,
Wow.
John, you picked this movie, and you're already talking crap about it.
John picked this
rightfully
movie.
so. But
I have.
he wrestled an alligator.
He did. I have takes on this movie. I have a lot of takes. on
I'm
this
sure
movie.
you. Of course you do. You have takes on every movie we do.
Yeah.
Well, do you have NFL MVP takes? Make the
Oh,
vote make sense.
Here we go. The Josh Allen haters out.
No,
in
no,
full
no, no,
force.
no, no. It's not.
I will have to defend them.
It's not because of that.
Josh, I'm your white knight. I'm here to defend you.
Emphasis on the word white.
Bills are good. Bills were good.
Bowie Kuhn says, "Move over, Roselle."
Who?
Bowie Kuhn used to be the commissioner of baseball.
What? But why?
Well,
Oh,
you'll-
I know why.
you'll
Topic
find
alert.
white.
Topic alert.
The goat is de-elined.
He didn't even make the final vote.
I wonder who told him that he got in.
He didn't get in.
No, I know, but I wonder who told him because yesterday we talked about he knew.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, "Hey."
Well,
you're
no,
gonna be
he
in.
knew if he got in or not.
So they hadn't
Oh,
contacted him.
okay.
So he. I look forward to that topic. I cannot wait to discuss this with you.
And it's predictions and a One Beer Friday. And we are here to make One Beer Friday great again.
Seriously, what is up with the lack of One Beer Friday photos? Is it my teeth? Are they scaring? Are they scaring people away? I'll close.
Well, stop dragging your teeth on the beer cans.
I'll just talk like this today.
Makes that hideous noise. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard.
Dun, 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 dun.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see some photos. We've already seen a few. Walter is drinking something called Melcher Street. Don't know what
Nice.
that
I like
is.
it. But send us your picks because it is the last football
You know
weekend
what?
of the season, and I'm sure you're stocked up.
Last drinking day for me.
I know I've been doing the secret phrase for cake tickets all week.
Yeah.
But
What?
You could change it
what if today,
Oh!
if you submit
There
a
you
One
go.
Beer
I like it.
Friday
I like it.
picture
I like it a lot.
after the Grum today, I will pick
Oh,
at random.
Wait, just after the Grum?
Well,
Not
no, they
during?
can
We
start
want it
doing it.
during the
They
Grum.
can just do it now, right?
I mean, no, submit. I will pick after the
You'll
Grum.
pick after.
I'm
the
going to
show.
pick
Yeah,
after
yeah,
the
yeah,
Grum. Submit now, though.
Good idea.
And then
Great
add-
idea. Capital idea.
Can we add just okay? This is not being critical of the idea. I love the idea. Should we also add an extra hashtag to it? Hashtag One Beer Friday. Hashtag cake. Just because you don't want to reach out to someone and say you won cake tickets, and they're going to say, "Sorry, I'll be out of town on June 1st."
That's true.
yeah. Just to
How do they know they're going to be on town on
dun,
June
dun,
1st?
dun, people like planning.
Yeah.
I know, or I'll be on April 21st,
I know where I'm going to be at the end of
running
August.
the Boston Marathon and not saying a slur.
Well, then you're not going to set any world records.
That's true. I would rather
you-
have my dignity and lack of racism.
Can you
than set a
guarantee
world
that
record.
you're not going to say a slur?
Yeah, yes, I can. 100%.
Hashtag One Beer Friday. Hashtag
What
cake.
if when you check in and you
Hashtag
get
cake.
your bib and your medallions or whatever they
You
give
get the medal after the race, John.
Well,
you don't get that before.
Whatever.
Does
I
the
don't,
medal
I
have
don't
a
know how
slur
these
on it?
stupid things
No.
work. But what is it when you check in? The last thing you have to do after you sign your waiver, disclaimer, or whatever is, now you have to tell us your favorite slur.
Then I would say, Boston Marathon, I'm not running you tomorrow. I don't like slurs. I don't say them. That's what I would say. And then they'd probably call me a slur. And then I'd feel bad for my family.
Is there
who
a
came there
slur
to
for
support-
big teeth?
Probably. Nick, you want to do a little research for us? Do it on the work
All right,
computer
so
first.
here's the deal for the cake tickets.
Yes.
Of which we have our last pair.
Mhm.
Send us a One Beer Friday pick. And remember, with One Beer Friday, it doesn't have to be a beer. Some people like to show us their mixed cocktails or their their bourbons, their wines, their seltzers, hell, soda, chocolate milk, whatever the case. And if you want to go, use the hashtag One Beer Friday, but then also use a second hashtag cake
Mhm.
so that Nick knows you're someone who is interested in the cake tickets, because not all of our One Beer Friday participants will be interested in cake.
And I will pick.
They like pie.
I will pick the winner at random after the Grum.
After the Grum. So
After
you
the
have
Grum.
the rest of the Grum and probably until 11:30, 12 o'clock, because that's usually when Nick gets out of here on Fridays.
Yeah, it'll be the last thing I do before I leave tonight. So if I message you, just know that you're
Nick,
the last
you're
thing I think
awesome.
about. Thank you.
There you go.
And that's how it's done,
So again,
folks.
hashtag One Beer Friday. And if you would also like to be involved in the cake conversation.
And in the cake conversation.
Use the hashtag cake as well.
Look at that. I just sent out the tweet. Now everybody knows the rules.
Great tweet.
Hashtag One Beer Friday. Hashtag cake.
You in trouble, by the way? Did you say something bad about UNO? Because there's a UNO police officer.
That was awesome. They were on TV last night.
The UNO police were?
No, the team, John. Basketball.
I know they were. I didn't know if you said
John.
something offensive to the...
I would never.
Oh, you know what? It's probably the copyright folks, because they were mad I used the UNO logo.
That's true.
Today. You can't do that without express written consent from Trev Albert.
Pull that
Who's
down.
not even here anymore.
You're fired. Yeah, who's not fired?
402-951-1620 is not fired.
Yeah.
That's the hotline.
Yeah.
You can also hit us up on Twitter at USC1620, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, or email the Grum. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on first ring.
Lovely.
The hotline today can be the da-da-da-da.
Nice. I cannot wait to talk to John in a few minutes. Dun, 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 dun. They
John
not like
Walker,
us.
who just finished up with the Creighton media session today.
Oh, awesome.
Ahead of tomorrow's big game against Marquette.
Another big game?
Another big game.
How many big games are this weekend? I thought
Many.
there was one more.
Many big games.
Wow, so many games.
And then they moved that Auburn, Florida game.
Oh, no.
And then they found out that
is Luka not playing yet?
Luka's probably not going to play until Monday.
He's not playing. That's not good.
They moved back his debut.
They whooped up on the Warriors last night. I was watching some NBA last night. LeBron hit a 3 from the logo.
I thought you hated basketball.
I'm in now, baby. Go Hoops.
Is it because you want to compare how the Lakers are before and after Luka?
No, I just wanted something on the TV while I read. I'm normal. I'm not a weirdo. Let's talk to John Walker.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Ba, 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 da. That's the song. Ba, 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 ba. Dun, 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 dun.
Cool.
It is.
I hope you all enjoy it.
I will. Thank you, John, for saying that.
When the Eagles are leading 42-3 at halftime.
Yeah. I'll be counting down the next
How
season.
would you be? How much would it
Happy
ruin
for
the
my
Kendrick
wife.
Lamar experience if the Eagles were leading 42-3
I'd say,
at halftime?
honey, I'm happy for you. She'd be in a great mood. I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you're happy.
She probably would be happy. She'd be dancing around naked around the house going, we're going to win, we're
I
going
don't
to
think
win.
she'll take off her clothes. She'll probably still be in her Eagles clothes. She'd be a very happy person, and I'd be happy for her. I just want her to be happy.
No, he wouldn't.
I want her to be happy.
Except on Sunday.
No, she can be happy on Sunday, too.
Let's head to the
Dun, dun, dun,
hotline.
Nice.
John Walker from the Omaha World Herald, omaha.com, covering the Creighton Blue Jays, joining us. And I believe the Jays have wrapped up recently their media obligations before tomorrow's game. John, how are you today?
Dan, I'm good. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'm still at the Chai. I'm still at the arena. So I'm coming to you straight from Jay's practice.
Have you seen any forklifts?
Okay, actually, no joke. I swear on my life, I am standing right next to a forklift.
Aha, I told you. There's a forklift in every arena. That's a callback to about 2 segments ago.
Amazing. Anything interesting, John, coming out of practice today?
Yeah, just obviously we all know how big of a game, or let's say this: we know how big of a 3-game stretch is ahead for these Jays, and that all starts tomorrow afternoon with number 11 Marquette. Greg McDermott didn't buy into it too much. But it almost feels like the unstoppable force, immovable object thing, like that whole power strife, that dynamic, because Creighton has won 8 in a row and Marquette has lost back-to-back. And 3 of the 8 games they've played since these two teams met a little more than a month ago in Milwaukee. And so it's going to be a big one, needless to say. And so my biggest takeaway from availability today was just that Creighton has spent the last month knowing that they could have won that game in Milwaukee. And, as Ryan Kalkbrenner said today at availability, we're going to be more prepared this time.
John, along those lines, we are about to see a stretch of basketball where Creighton is playing Marquette at home, UConn at home, St. John's at the Garden. Like, given the stretch of hoops that they have played now, they being Creighton, and the opponents and what they're going to mean for the race, like, we're about to see the best 3 atmospheres in a row of the entire season, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. I think we'd be fools to assume anything other than that CHI is going to be absolutely rocking tomorrow. Obviously, it's going to be rocking Tuesday, because if the stands weren't packed, who would Dan Hurley beef with?
Will he even notice with the new long tunnel now? He might.
Yeah. Will he even notice? Will they be able to get to him? And then, St. John's is drawing like 19,000 a night at the Garden or something like. I think I saw something like that on Twitter, which you can obviously believe everything you see on Twitter. But no, St. John's has obviously exceeded all expectations, and their fan base has kind of rallied around them because of it. So. No, in terms of atmosphere, these next 3 games are exactly what you play college basketball for.
John Walker, the Omaha World Herald, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You mentioned what Kalkbrenner said a little bit ago, and that is we're going to be better prepared. You flash back to that game on January 3rd. Ryan Kalkbrenner had one of his more frustrating nights, only 4 of 11. Stephen Ashworth, only 4 of 18. So the 2 guys who we just saw 2 nights ago, almost by themselves beat, or at least offensively, the Providence Friars, had that combined 8 for 29 effort. You have to imagine that is not going to repeat itself on Saturday.
No, and Marquette's defense is really good. One of the things that Greg McDermott's defense always does is forces people to take shots, or forces the people to take shots like who they want to take them. and that'll be the case again against Marquette tomorrow. But Marquette did that in the first meeting. They said, hey, if Isaac Trout wants to beat us and if Jason Green wants to beat us, I think at that point, Mason Miller was playing a lot too. They were like, if these guys want to beat us, that's okay. But we're not going to let, Ryan Kalkbrenner and Stephen Ashworth. And then those two just mightily struggled. An anomaly, really, compared to what we've seen from Ryan Kalkbrenner through his whole career, from what we've seen from Stephen Ashworth since the beginning of last season, and what we've seen from that duo all of this year. I think after we had an availability once they got back from Milwaukee, and Jemiah Neal said, Kalk went 4 of 11 and Stephen went 1 of 13 from 3. What are the odds of that happening? And the odds of that happening then, and certainly again tomorrow, are very, 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 very low. And they know that. Ryan Kalkbrenner talked about it today, that was maybe the most frustrating part, is they made plays to keep themselves in it, even when they were down 15. Blew a lead at the end of the first half. They made plays that showed they could hang with Marquette, even when they were still trying to find their footing. I think they were less than a month removed from the Pop injury at that point. So they were still trying to find their footing, and they showed signs that they could still hang with a team like Marquette. And now, a little more than a month later that they found their footing, they have an opportunity to prove that not only can they hang with Marquette, but they can beat Marquette.
John, along the lines of what Kalkbrenner and Ashworth did in that one, and I guess mainly the other game, or the game that just happened rather, the other night, we know the performance that they were able to put together, 58 points combined. The rest of the team shot 7 for 27. Like, is there a concern at all that somebody needs to step up and be a more regular occurrence? Like, I know that Neal is averaging in double figures, right? So it's not like there's only 2 players averaging double figures right now. But I wonder if you saw that game, even though they won and they won by 11, as maybe like a cautionary tale of they got to make sure that that's not what they're leaning on over the next month going into the tournament.
Yeah, no, it absolutely cannot be. But also, I say that in the same vein when last year I watched Jermaine Couisnard and N'Faly Dante, do exactly what Ryan Kalkbrenner and Stephen Ashworth did. So maybe it does work in the tournament. I don't know. But no, traditionally, no, it does not. I don't know if it's a cause for concern at the moment. It has been, obviously, as you guys know, as I know, as everyone knows, it's been a storyline all season. They have to get that third option on any given night. Who's that going to be? Is it Jemiah? Is it Isaac Trout with a heater off the bench? Who is that guy? And through the win streak, notably the second half at Butler, all of the game at UConn, that was Jemiah Neal. And I think for whatever reason, he just wasn't as assertive, wasn't as aggressive, didn't look for his shot in that in the win at Providence. And so initially I was concerned because I was like, oh boy, they just had to get 60 from Ryan and Steven to win this game. And then the next morning I was like, okay, I was rewatching it and I was like, but it's not like Jemiah just didn't play well. It's not like, he had a 3 for 10 or whatever. He just didn't hunt his shot, and he's done that at times. I think it all just circles back to they've got to get somebody to do it consistently. And Jemiah's shown it can be him. Is it going to be him? I think that's the question that we're looking for on an every night basis.
John, I'm not sure if anyone asked about it today with Mac, but I am curious what your view was, especially going back to Wednesday. Fedor Zugic played the most minutes he's played in a game this year, yet he didn't make a bucket. He missed all 4 of his threes. I think he was 0 for 5 or 0 for 6. But Mac told me after the game on Wednesday, hey, he was out there and playing really well on defense, and of course his ability to threaten spacing the floor was certainly critical. I'm curious what you saw on Wednesday night watching what Fedor was able to do, and if he actually took a step forward in his progression, even though he didn't score a point.
No, I think he did too. Again, we're slowly seeing, which I guess it's not even slowly. Like Fedor has been cleared for 6 weeks. let's assume that he had gotten eligible even late September. He would have been hitting his stride in early January. Just because most players do in Greg McDermott's system. So 6 weeks from being deemed eligible, he is starting to gain that trust of Mac, of the assistants, of everyone he's on the floor with. And that was maybe the most revealing thing to me, as you pointed out, John, on Wednesday night, is we heard a lot about Fedor Zugic this offseason, and obviously when he signed and until he got eligible, being a hard-nosed defender was not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
We heard about this ball handler and this scoring threat. And so for that to be the main takeaway from any Fedor Zugic outing, let alone one where he did struggle to hit shots and didn't let that affect him on the other end, it's huge, because then if he's going to defend like that, and then you get, let's say 8 to 10 points a game from him, now you have another threat on the floor, more importantly, on both ends.
John, do you think the next 3 games are going to decide the Big East regular season, or at least from the Creighton perspective? Or given that St. John still has UConn twice, they still have Marquette a second time, and of course they have the second matchup with Creighton amongst other teams. Is it just going to help shape what happens, but not maybe totally lock it in, at least from a Creighton perspective?
Yeah, I think that the latter is probably more accurate. Is that it's going to significantly shape, but not like solidify. This is almost like casting or sculpting the statue, but not putting it in the kiln yet. I think it would be a really good way to describe what the next 3 games are going to be like, because, yeah, I mean, Creighton, think of saying 2 months ago, after that Georgetown loss, that this team was going to make a push for the Big East championship.
Seriously.
We would have laughed.
Yep.
We would have been like, no way. They have too much to figure out. Absolutely not. And they figured things out on the fly and won 8 straight.
Crazy.
And 9 or 10 of 11. And here they are now. So no, the next 3 games are going to be huge, 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 because you have to, one, beat Marquette so that the tiebreaker in a way doesn't matter. Like, you cannot let Marquette get back to second in the standings and have both games over you. Ironically enough, I think the least important game in the stretch is Tuesdays at UConn, because they beat them on the road, and UConn's obviously a little bit further down than St. John's and Marquette are. So maybe UConn takes themselves out of the picture anyways. Who knows? But Marquette's obviously there. They control the Big East until the last couple of weeks. And then the one at St. John's next Sunday, depending on how the next couple of go, that could be for first place in the Big East, which is absolutely nuts to say. All of that is a long, meandering way to point out that, yes, the next 3 games are absolutely going to, I think really kind of decide the Big East, because at that point we'll have 3 weeks left in the regular season. And we'll just kind of see what happens there. But a lot of what will happen through those final 3 weeks will all depend on what happens over the next week and a half.
You can read John and his great work at omaha.com or in the Omaha World Herald. And, of course, John will be there covering the game tomorrow, 1 o'clock tip. We'll have pregame starting at 11:30 right here on The Zone. John, we appreciate it. Thanks, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll meet you at the forklift.
All right. Yes.
Bye, John.
Please do. We'll meet at the forklift. John Walker of the Omaha World Herald. Yeah, this one also means a lot. It is Creighton's oldest rivalry in the Big East, because they and Marquette go back to the 20s. There's always been a little extra spice to this rivalry. I mean, you think back, they had Buzz Williams when Creighton first joined the league, and then Woj, and now, of course, with Shaka Smart, who,
Buzz Williams is a cool name.
Buzz Williams is a cool name. Shaka Smart is a cool name, but a lot of people who aren't Marquette people don't think Shaka's very cool because they can't stand him because he's one of those. He's one of those guys. Love him if he's yours, hate him if he's not.
For sure.
But the man can coach, and he's got this. I mean, this is a Marquette team. The key to this game, and I thought the Jays, even though they had 12 turnovers, I thought the Jays did a decent enough job taking care of the ball. I don't think turnovers lost the first game in Milwaukee. It was missed shots.
Yeah.
If you can get shots on Marquette, defensively, they're not as, I mean, their defense is predicated on turning you over. But if you can get shots up, you can win. UConn last week, it was insane. Marquette had 9 defensive rebounds against UConn last Saturday. 9. That's not, I don't know if I've ever seen, I'm sure it's happened, but it's because when they got stops, they were turning UConn over because UConn had a lot of turnovers. But if UConn was shooting, they were making.
Mm-hmm.
Solo Ball had a huge game, made a bunch of threes, but only to have 9 defensive
insanely
rebounds.
Small number of rebounds.
So the key is if you're not turning the ball over and giving up those possessions, if you can make every possession end in a shot, you can win. You can definitely win against Marquette because that's where their bread is buttered defensively is we're going to turn you over. And we'll see if the Jays can, overcome that and maybe shoot a little better because their last 2 games shooting wise hasn't been as good. Unless it's, the big man.
John trash talking Creighton again.
Creighton fans are weird. Shooting has been bad. What else are you going to say about him?
I thought you were Blue Jay Bishop.
Listen, I'm just talking about things that are, not things that might be.
Dun, 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 dun.
Speaking of things that are, when we return, a sports flash that is a follow-up from something we actually missed yesterday because it happened so late in the show.
Mm-hmm.
And we were on live yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Just want that out there.
We were live.
But we have a follow-up. This is some big-time college basketball news. Basketball Nebraska is moving forward with a new person in 2025.
Casey's back?
No, not Casey. You'll understand when we come back. We'll talk about that when we return.
We have a lot more, including our Super Bowl preview. Kent's Movie Club is coming up, and a whole lot more. So stay right there. We're on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, where we invite you to check that donor box next time you renew your driving, hunter, or fishing license. Because being a good guy can make a life-changing, life-saving difference. Do you know that organ donors can save up to 8 lives through their organ donation or impact the lives of hundreds of others through tissue donation, like bone and skin grafts, to help those who have been in accidents or have gone through cancer or burn victims? Donated corneas can restore sight. Donated tendons can help repair sports injuries. These are all of the ways you can help by just doing the selfless act of checking that box next time you renew your driver's, hunting, or fishing license. Or you can visit goodguysSaveLives.com. And most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a donation, and donating will not cost your family anything. So be a good guy today. Check that donor registration box next time you renew your license, or visit goodguysSaveLives.com. Save up to 8 lives at goodguysSaveLives.com. Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. Yeah. What? What? What is this? What is this?
John, calm down.
What?
So yesterday it was reported by Pete Thamel that Indiana coach Mike Woodson and the University of Indiana were in discussion to, or is it Indiana University?
It's actually Indiana University.
Yeah, because they do go
It's
by IU.
Well, yeah, but they go by NU, and it's not Nebraska University.
Yeah, I guess that's
But
true
it is
as well.
Indiana University.
Yeah, so IU, my bad. In discussions that would have him stepping down at the end of the year. So this was yesterday. It was at the very end of the show. We didn't have a chance to talk about it. Well, the vice president and director of athletics, Scott Dolson, just put out a statement that said during a meeting with Coach Woodson on Wednesday, he informed me he wanted to step down as our head coach at the end of the season. So he will indeed be stepping down at the end of the season. So basketball, Nebraska strikes again on the hardwood. You know how the symbiotic relationship, handshake meme between Nebraska and Indiana. Their basketball program has fallen on hard times. Nebraska's football program has fallen on hard times. We've had this discussion many times. Why are you giving me that look? We do this all the time.
Are you saying Matt Rule's leaving too? He's stepping down?
Maybe. Mike Woodson went to the tournament in 22. He went to the tournament in 23. He did not go to the tournament last year. They were 19-14, and famously they lost to Nebraska on that Friday night.
What a crybaby. Oh, I didn't make it to the tournament one time.
I'm leaving.
Well,
They're not going to make it this year either.
I mean, the fans have been calling for his ouster for several weeks now.
Yeah. Before him, Archie Miller, he only lasted 4 years. And then before that, it was Tom Crean, who took over in 08, got fired after the 2017 season, even though he had taken them to 2 Sweet 16s in the preceding 5 years and the tournament a few other times as well. He did miss it in 2017, which was Tom Crean's last year. It's wild, man, when you just look at, and I know we joked about it to start this segment, but the glory days of Bob Knight and the success that they had under him. And at the end of his career, before he got ousted for, that was the thing where he choked the player, right? Where he put the hands on the player.
Yes.
It's not like his career finished like with a blaze of glory like Tom Osborne's did. You know, his last 6 seasons, first round, second round, first round. Like that's how his career ended at Indiana. But Mike Davis took him to the championship game in his second year. Didn't really have a whole lot of success. Kelvin Sampson, did he get fired for, did he cheat? Because he was 25-8 his second year. Or did he leave? Did he go to Houston? I thought
no.
He got in trouble,
there
right?
Was some trouble there.
I forgot that Dockich was the interim coach. That's hilarious. And then it was Tom Crean and then Archie and now Mike Woodson. So, and somebody else now. Somebody else to come.
Well, and be interesting to see how the coaching search goes on this. Because it gives you an idea of how Indiana is viewed as a job.
How good of a job is Indiana? I mean, I know we have the same discussion with Husker football, but they're in a conference that has a lot of money. That is a school that very much cares about basketball. But you look at the modern era, the transfer portal era, the NIL era, even before that, the best year that they have had since their runner-up season in 02 has been a Sweet 16. They did that. Oh, wait, I missed a Tom Crean one. They went to the Sweet 16 3 times under Tom Crean. Otherwise, it's second round or earlier. No Elite Eight, no Final Four. Obviously,
and for
no
a program
national
like
championship.
Indiana, that's a long time.
Yeah. Last time they played for the title was 02. The last time they played for the championship before 2002 was when they won it in 87. So in my lifetime, they have only played for one championship, you know?
Wow. They are like Nebraska football.
They are like Nebraska football.
There are some similarities.
They are like us.
There are definitely some similarities.
They are indeed like us. They love it there, and you just wonder if it is completely past their prime.
I would think it's not because, again, you're in a conference that makes a ton of money, and you're one of the in crowd. You know that basketball will always be protected at Indiana.
Yeah.
Can't say that at every school. Even every power conference school, you can't say that. But you know at Indiana, basketball will be protected. So you've got that.
Yep.
But with that also comes, are the demands too high because people think that, hey, you should be like Kentucky. You should be like Duke. You should be like,
Because I have to imagine that fan base has had the discussion that we have had around here of like, why can't we make this work?
Correct.
And then like I feel like the answer is so much easier in football. You know, the advantages that Nebraska had in football are gone. Why isn't Indiana better at basketball? You know, because basketball is such like a national recruiting sport. Like I kind of start there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like if I'm them, I'd look at Creighton as an Indiana fan, and be like, why are they able to do this and we can't? They built themselves up from scratch.
Well, I guarantee you, there's probably some folks that look down there and say, "Yeah, but they're playing in the Big East. They're not that good."
Sure, that's fine.
Because there is that snootiness that exists at programs that think of themselves in that certain way.
That's true. Okay, well, I'm trying. Okay, so what's the equivalent then?
But I mean, it's
any Big Ten school that's had success.
It's Illinois, it's Michigan, it's all their Big Ten peers, all their Big Ten rivals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of them put more into football than Indiana does, and you know they're wondering like, man, this was our little corner of the world, and now everybody's honing in on us.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what they think anytime they lose to Nebraska. It's like, what?
It has to.
What are you losing these guys for?
I can tell you what the reaction would be. Remember the Monday show after Nebraska lost to Indiana in football? It's just that. It's just that, but the reverse.
Yeah.
But seriously, like that is a school that pours a ton of money and a ton of resources. Now, the one thing that I will say, and I know we're going to talk about yogurt today and Nebraska and what they're doing with their stadium, but like that arena is old, and on TV it looks like it. You know, it does not have any of the modern trappings. Now, ultimately, it's just a basketball court. Like, who cares?
Yeah, but I don't know if that really matters as much. It's not like Allen Fieldhouse is. I mean, Allen Fieldhouse is old too.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if the arena is really the reason. It's just, you know, I think some of it is the Indiana talent base has either dried up a little bit or other programs have done a better job of coming in. And, you know, it's just. It'd be a fascinating study.
Definitely.
It'd be a fascinating study.
Definitely.
You're going to be very sad to hear this, but the next Jake Paul fight is not going to happen. Canelo Alvarez was supposed to be the opponent on May 3rd, but now Alvarez has backed out. Now you're asking, why does this matter to us? Hold on.
I hate Jake
Hold
Paul.
on.
John loves bringing up things that nobody cares about.
That groan
that
was
nobody
me.
cares about. I'm about to mention a name.
Oh, Bud Crawford?
Bud Crawford.
What about him? What's he doing?
Because
is he going to fall to Jake Paul?
Because no,
because like us.
Because the September 13th mega fight appears to still be on track.
What day?
September 13th.
The countdown is back on, baby.
For Alvarez Crawford. And remember, Crawford's got to move up a couple of weight classes to fight, so he's got a little work to do there. But
eat some pasta.
But that is
nice.
That'll do it.
But Jake Paul, who of course most recently fought Mike Tyson.
Fought Mike Tyson.
And it was in a ring with gloves.
Did you hear what he called Alvarez
today? A slur? Because that's what he does.
Yeah, is he going to be running the Boston Marathon too?
Well,
allegedly he does.
Here's
slurs.
what he said.
Allegedly,
here's what he said
slurs.
on Twitter. Jake Paul said of Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez ducked me, Jake Paul. I love how Jake Paul has to identify himself, even though it's his tweet.
I can read the tweet, Jake.
Canelo Alvarez ducked me, Jake Paul, and is now an owned slave with no regard for the pride of the Mexican people who support him on U.S. soil.
Maybe not allegedly.
Then he uses a period, starts a new sentence, but then is not capitalized.
It's because he's a dumbass, John.
It's not surprising when his whole career he has done nothing for the sport of boxing outside of the ring. I'm the new face of boxing. You can't have the biggest fight of 2025 without my name involved. So
what a cool sport.
So he's calling him an owned slave because of this. Because apparently Alvarez signed a deal with, wait for it, the Saudis.
So
on brand.
A take that I have on this really quick. Jake Paul is a content creator first and foremost.
Oh,
and he says things just to get reactions out of people.
Oh, of course.
And now we're talking about it.
Damn it, John.
But it was more to talk about the fact that the Alvarez Crawford fight.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
That's good. I'm glad to see two actual fighters fight each other.
What day is September 13th? Did you say? Did you?
Well, that'd be a Friday. No, Saturday night. Yeah, because my birthday's on a Friday.
And who's Nebraska playing that day?
That would be the second game of the season. So
the second game? Well, that was
third game of the season.
Third game.
My bad. It's got to be your.
Is that the Houston Christian experience?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, Houston Christian, the artist formerly
I'm
known
just-
as Houston Baptist.
I'm just planning ahead. Of course, the fight will be at like 12:30 at night. Because,
Exactly.
they're always so late.
You will just be signing off for Big Red overreaction.
Why would I do that when you're the self-professed lover of college football who would want to do that show?
I want to watch the games.
Well, but it'll be 12:30 at night. The only thing that'll be on
I'll be
is
at sleepy time.
the Alvarez Crawford fight.
Past my bedtime, John. Gotta get to bed.
No,
Gotta
you
get to
don't.
bed. Yes, I do.
Why? So you can dream up more slurs for the next
No!
Boston Marathon?
No.
Are you ghostwriting slurs for Jake Paul?
No. No.
You can tell by the poor punctuation.
Sit Destroyer 1 writes, Nick's attitude about Jake Paul is my spirit animal.
I really, 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 really dislike that.
Yeah, I
guy.
know you do.
I can
And
tell.
his brother.
I can tell.
Hot Danger says, is that the Paul brother that does crypto scams, or is that the other one?
They both might.
I
for
thought
all
they
I
both
know.
did.
Allegedly.
They both suck.
I don't know.
Allegedly.
One of them's a WWE guy now, and the other one's the faux boxer.
Wow.
And they both suck. I hate them both.
They both suck.
They're bad people, allegedly.
Well, coming up next, ain't no parody here.
Oh, this is the topic that Nick was born for.
Yes, and Kent's movie club. Coming
Nice.
up, 1620 The Zone. Super Bowl 59 coverage here on 1620 The Zone. We'll have, the dang the radio pregame's now getting to be as long as the TV pregame.
What time does
I
that
think
start?
it starts at 1. Game's at 5:30.
Dude, the TV, I think this year starts at 11.
Like I said, It's the Super Bowl.
You can start listening to our coverage.
It's the last game of the season.
It's the last game of the season.
And you'll be able to hear it right here on 1620 The Zone.
You
And
won't
later
be able to hear Mitch. Just a reminder for all the Chiefs
this
fans.
is the Westwood One broadcast. You won't be able to hear Mitch unless you come to my house. I got it I can bring it up on my computer on the series.
Oh, that'd be nice.
But no, I'm not going to invite you into my house.
You're going to listen to that, right? And give us some
I
drops?
always like to have it on and running. I'm not listening to it all the time, but if like a big play happens because it's like 2 minutes behind, pick it up because we'll have some highlights.
Oh, John was talking about picking during the break.
Yeah, he was.
I was not talking about
My
picking
name's
anything.
John.
Are you going to make that open again if the Eagles win like you did after they won their first Super Bowl with that wrestling song?
No.
John,
because they didn't knock off Tom Brady.
Mm.
Sorry, Patrick Mahomes, you haven't reached Tom Brady levels.
I think I've decided if the Chiefs win, I'm going to just make like a funeral kind of open.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Well, if the Chiefs win, they'll three-peat.
They sure will.
Baseball hasn't had a three-peat since the turn of the century.
They haven't.
Since the New York Yankees.
And Jason Stark of The Athletic has taken exception to the notion that football prides itself on having all this parity because, and he's pointed out several different areas where it's actually baseball that has the parity, even though we keep talking about how the Dodgers are going to win everything now because they're buying all the good players.
Mm-hmm.
But if you notice, and he goes back to the turn of the century, so he goes back to 2001, and the reason why, that's when baseball's revenue, it's not a salary cap, but their competitive balance tax came into the being. So for those of you not familiar, if you exceed the competitive balance cap,
it's a luxury tax.
It's a luxury tax. The team that does so has to pay in, and then that money basically gets doled out to all the smaller market teams.
Mm-hmm. And so
that's their version of a salary cap, even though it's not.
So real quick, let me just like throw out a scenario. Yankees, let's say they spend $100 million over the number, and the Dodgers spend also $100 million over the number. Do the Yankees also get some of the Dodgers money?
No. This only goes to the people at the bottom.
How many teams usually spend above? Do you know what that number is?
I think in the last few years it's been about 4 or 5. Even the Cubs have been above the tax.
So like 25 teams get whatever. Get blank divided by 25.
I
isn't the topic.
Don't remember. I honestly don't remember how the formula works. But that's baseball's salary cap.
Yeah.
But as Jason Stark points out,
essentially
since 2001, the number of teams that have broken long titleless droughts.
Long list.
The 16 Cubs, 108 years. The 2005 White Sox, 88 years. The 04 Red Sox, 86 years. The 17 Astros, 55 years. The 23 Rangers, 52 years. The Giants, 52 years. The Angels, 51 years. The Nationals, 50 years. By comparison, the teams since 2001 in the NFL that have broken long titleless droughts, the Eagles, 57 years. The Chiefs, 50 years. The Saints, 42 years.
And so what was that, 3 teams or was that 4 teams?
That's the list. That's the whole list.
And that's it. Yeah. That's it. That's the list.
That's the whole list. And as he points out, the Browns, the Jets,
the Cowboys,
the Lions, the Cardinals,
the Dolphins.
Still.
It's been a while for them.
And some of those teams haven't even made a Super Bowl. Like the
the
Browns,
Cowboys,
the Lions,
the Vikings.
The Dolphins did famously make a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The other thing he points out,
80s,
he says myth number 2.
In the 70s.
Myth number 2, the Dodgers are rich, the Chiefs are smart.
And essentially that is the Dodgers buy all the best players, the
Correct.
Chiefs have to manage the cap, yada, yada.
Correct.
This was my favorite.
Was that the point where he talked about it, they have Mahomes, that this is a quarterback discussion, or was that a different
Well,
point?
he says the Chiefs aren't just attempting to three-peat, they also have a chance to win their 4th in the last 6 years. Just like the Dodgers, you say? Well, not exactly.
Right. Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers have won 4 World Series in the last 59 years. The Braves have won 4 World Series in the last 121 years. The Red Sox have won 4 World Series in the last 106 years. And on and on and on.
No, I mean, I would say this. That is being a tiny bit disingenuous.
How?
To say that they have only won 4 in the past 80 whatever years. Yeah, okay. The Red Sox have won 4 in the last 20 years. Like, we don't need to extend it 60 years just to help make the point. And same with the Dodgers.
The
Dodgers
point
have won
is
2 in the
valid.
last 5. They have not won 2 in the last 80. They've won 2 in the last 5. That's what matters.
Yeah, but he's comparing the number 4 World Series to 4 Super Bowls, which is where the Chiefs have been.
Okay. I just wouldn't have done the argument that way.
The myth number 3, that it's Kansas City that's on this roll, the small market Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
As he writes, no other team than Kansas City, the Royals, doesn't win or play in the World Series every year. True. The NFL has a salary cap. Baseball doesn't. But you want to know why the truth, why the Chiefs win every year?
This is the quarterback.
It isn't
right?
the cap, it's the quarterback.
Yeah,
because in the NFL, it's always the quarterback. There is no position in baseball that even remotely compares to an NFL quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some fairness to that.
100% fairness to that.
I do want to real quick go back to that last point he made about the Dodgers being smart or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Spending money.
He mentioned in there that their farm system is ranked third, but they're consistently getting lower draft picks, which means that they're
drafting smart.
They're drafting smart. And then with the nature of baseball, you have to plan that years ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
So you're saying point baseball? Is that what you're saying?
Baseball is what I'm saying.
Myth number 4 from Jason Stark. Yeah, but the Yankees just played the Dodgers. So the argument of the big market teams are always the ones at the top of the sport. But as Stark writes, of the last 35 World Series, do you know how many have matched 2 of the 5 biggest payroll titans in baseball? A dozen? More? Before this year, a World Series that likely that had happened 3 times in the last 35 years, where 2 of the top 5 biggest earning teams or biggest payroll teams were in the World Series. Dodgers, Red Sox in 18, Yankees, Braves in 99, Yankees, Braves in 96.
That's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That is interesting. That is interesting. So, yeah, I mean, there's certainly some things you can argue yes or no. I still think that baseball not having a salary cap is hurting the sport. The luxury tax obviously is not turning teams away from spending money. In fact, in some ways, it's encouraging smaller market teams like the Pirates just to get by on a little bit so they can get basically, free money from the big league club for the bigger clubs.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer the salary cap methodology.
You know what would be an interesting way to look at this, and we don't have the time right now at this exact moment, but a different way to look at this would be regular season versus postseason success. Every time we get to October, we have Farron on, and we're like, who do you like? And he's like, I don't know, because the sport is random now. The way in which you play baseball for 5 months completely changes over the course of October, right? And so you wonder if there has been less parity in the regular season than there is in the postseason. Because he runs through at one point, out of the 18 potential Super Bowl slots in the last 9 Super Bowls, only 8 teams have played. And then he looked at the same time frame for the World Series, and 12 teams have played. I think it is, the entire time I read this article, the thing I kept thinking is, it's an appearance. This is about how we discuss baseball, money, and you just mentioned it, and how the regular season is gone, even though the postseason is a completely different beast. Whereas football lately, as we've talked about, a bit this week, we've gotten into a point where there are very few upsets in terms of getting into the Super Bowl and then winning the Super Bowl. It's a very kind of, if you're the best team in the season, you're going to win the
At least
Super
it
Bowl.
has been the last decade. Now, we had the graphic from Aaron Schatz.
Before that, it was
the early
wild.
2000s
was nuts.
There were a lot of teams that came from, quote unquote, deeper in the pack and made runs. Obviously, the biggest difference between the two sports in the postseason is the fact that you can lose games.
Correct.
In football, and that's the beauty of it. I mean, I like both. I like the fact that in football, you got one shot. But in baseball, it's best of 5 or best of 7. So it gives you an opportunity to fail.
Yep.
This article confused me only in that, and I don't follow football as closely as I do follow baseball. But I don't think I've heard the argument that football has more parity than baseball.
Oh, yeah. People say it all the time.
That feels like a dumb argument, though.
The NFL has been promoting parity for 40 years. This was the pride and joy of the former commissioner.
Like John's Rams are the best example of it. In 1998, they went
4-12.
And then they went 13-3, won the Super Bowl the next year. Like, that stuff doesn't happen in baseball.
But that's
very often.
I mean, you had mentioned it earlier. Baseball's whole bit is how random and hard the game is.
See, but again, I think it's how we view the regular season versus the postseason. That's what I think. I read this article just thinking of how we talk about baseball, how you were just like, yeah, but look at how much money these teams spend. Again, if you were looking at the regular season, I'm guessing regular season parity is fairly non-existent. It's going to be the teams you expect it to be. NFL regular season, I mean, look at the Commanders. They just made the conference championship game. No one picked that before the season. You don't have that very often in baseball in terms of a division surprise. But you have postseason surprises all the time.
Well, hell,
in baseball.
the Mets almost did it this last postseason.
Did what?
The Mets went on a pretty decent run.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought they were supposed to.
Mets are also a high-spending team.
They are a high-spending team. I just think it's the way that baseball is talked about. It's about how much money you spend, whereas we don't do that with football.
Because you don't, because there's a salary cap.
Yeah.
And not a lot of teams. I mean, yeah, there'll be teams that, and that's one thing I don't like about at least the NFL salary cap is the whole damn process is very confusing. Dead cap money, pushing money ahead, all this other stuff. It's hard to follow. Very hard to follow. If there was one thing I could change about the salary cap, it would be that, it's easy math. But instead, it's like, well, we can rework this contract so that the money gets deferred over here. And
even
then
if you trade guys, like I understand if like you cut guys that you have to, still count it against your cap. But even if you trade players, some of them are counted against your cap. It's like, but I got rid of him.
So there's a meeting in MLB in 26 to.
You talking about the CBA?
The CBA. That's where if there's going to be a salary cap, that's where it'll happen, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if there's any momentum towards that at all.
I think a lot of owners are kind of pushing for it, especially with the whole Dodgers thing. It feels like a smokescreen. But what I would be curious about is how that will affect teams like the Dodgers who've already deferred payments so far ahead. How will that affect? Are they just going to have to cut those players or cut other players just to meet?
Well, I'm sure there'll be some, if they were to do something like that, that there would be a way to phase it in over years. Yeah. Because you do have a lot of long-term contracts. I mean, Shohei's under contract until 2005.
Well, yeah. What's his name? Who just went to the Mets? He's under contract.
Yeah, he's under
2040.
Yeah, Bobby Witt is under contract for the next 10 years.
Yeah, so that's they would have to. It would have to be a slow phase if they went that way, and I don't know if they have the stomach to do that. Coming up next, did we have the stomach to watch the latest Will Ferrell, Reese Witherspoon movie?
Well, we had to because it's our job.
Do we also need to have an intervention with John and scrolling through the top 10 on streaming services?
No, that's not how I picked this movie.
Did your wife recommend it?
No, I just saw that because it was being advertised during Thursday Night Football.
That's the adjacent.
But it's a new movie, and it has two big stars in it, and I thought...
Kent will say this when we bring him on. He said he picked the movie that just came out this week and went directly to streaming. That should have been a sign, John.
And
it's not COVID anymore.
Also,
isn't that what happened to the damn platform?
That was COVID, though. That's a different.
That doesn't matter.
That's a different era.
Movies go straight to streaming now.
Let's talk about this next with Kent.
An Amazon movie that was advertised on an Amazon broadcast.
Very
of
interesting.
An Amazon game.
Very interesting. By the way, don't forget to listen.
Okay, I'm going to start nitpicking how you guys pick your movies.
So don't forget to listen to Blue Jay Shoot Around tomorrow and all of the great programming on 1620 The Zone. It's a fine radio station, and you do a great job too, John.
Ken's Movie Club is next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
It's sad when someone that you followed for a long time, who gave you many, many great hours of entertainment and let you lay your head on your pillow at night with a smile on your face, when they start to crest that peak and head on the downhill slide, and you can definitely notice that, yeah, they're not the same performer that they were at their peak when they were letting you go to bed at night with a smile as you lay your head down on your pillow. It's sad when you see those people starting to head downward, and you wonder how long before we just say it's time to put that person out to pasture.
Is this your way of saying you're resigning from 1620 The Zone?
No, it's just that, I was thinking about Super Cup. And Will Ferrell.
Oh, man.
Ken's Movie Club this week. We are you're cordially invited. It's on Amazon Prime. It's Will Ferrell. It's Reese Witherspoon. It's two once powerful names in the world of movies coming together to try to make one big mega movie. This would be like if cosplay Macho Man Savage and cosplay Hulk Hogan shook hands and became the Mega Powers, but instead it became the Meh Powers.
One of them would slur, yes.
I can't.
So, before we wander down this path, I heard your previous discussion. If you look at the NBA, which has sort of the combination of a salary cap and a luxury tax, once that Golden State Cleveland thing got over, where they played every year, 9 of the 12 teams that have been in the finals have been different.
Interesting.
So that combo kind of works to really, now that they've got done the super team things kind of got shaken through. It really is, it's somebody different every year, it seems like.
Yeah, I think ever since
this year.
Yeah, I think ever since the Raptors won in 19, it has been a different team every single season, because it's Raptors, Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, and that's why you got to start in 18. And then in 23, it was the Nuggets, and then obviously the stupid Celtics.
So that's why Adam Silver, used the chloroform on the Mavericks ownership and made them trade Luka.
We need the Lakers to start winning titles again.
That was okay. I'm Laker fan.
I know.
I fainted when I saw it. I'm like, what? You don't trade a top 5 player ever in the NBA, ever.
No.
And they did
unless you're getting back a top 5 player back.
Yeah, not an injured guy in his 30s.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Well, maybe they could have executed a trade for this movie. Maybe they could have traded Reese Witherspoon and got back Steve Carell and Paul Rudd and just did Anchorman 3.
Let's go.
It might have been better than this.
Dobie.
So
what's this about, John? What's the
premise?
What
is it about?
The premise is premise
is pretty easy.
Is pretty easy.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell is a widowed father who has a daughter who's getting married. Reese Witherspoon is a sister of a bride who is about to get married, and they book the same venue for the same weekend on accident
because the old lady dies.
Because the old lady dies in the middle of the phone call, and. So both
funny.
weddings show
after
up.
The phone call,
both
John.
weddings show up to this very exclusive island,
and they make sure to
community.
let you know we can only have one wedding on the island.
Yes.
It's too tiny.
Yeah, they and
multiple times they let you know
multiple times, and so
first time. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, it
Chekhov's
turns
Island.
out that Reese Witherspoon finds out that Will Ferrell is widowed and she feels bad. So they decide to coexist and try to share the space.
Yeah.
And the hijinks ensue.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much all you need to know.
Yeah. Ken, it's weird. I laughed at this movie. I thought that there were actually some fairly funny moments.
Did you?
I thought that there were some funny moments, but ultimately, the further we get away from it, I like it less for two reasons. Just some of the weird crap that happened. Like the bride just starting to kiss everybody. That was strange. An alligator ending up in bed with Will Ferrell. Also strange. But the biggest thing, it's a rom-com, and there is no chemistry between the two characters the whole movie, and yet they end up together. It made zero sense.
The most chemistry I felt between both of them is when he was all covered in water and stuff, and he was dancing with her. They were all really close.
Yeah.
That's the most chemistry I ever felt.
Like the whole movie, I'm thinking, this is going to zag, and they're actually not going to get together. I by the end of the movie, I thought, okay, maybe they're just not going to get together.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't think until like the last 10 minutes that, oh crap, they're going to get together. I just thought it was going to end somehow. And then when they did, it was like, oh, so this is what we've been building to.
He smiles weird every time he looks at her.
The one time that I thought they had chemistry together was in the closing credits when they did the song.
Yeah.
They did this. They did the Islands in the Stream as part of the closing credits. That wasn't technically part of the movie.
The movie's over.
And that's when they had the best chemistry.
Speaking of the ending credits, I think the ending credits is a perfect description of the entire movie where, you know how the ending credits seemed really disjointed? They would go from singing to like these random outtakes to singing again.
Mm-hmm.
This movie felt very disjointed to me. Things were just kind of happening. Yeah. And honestly, I think a more compelling movie would have been if Will Ferrell's section just wasn't in it and it just focused on Reese Witherspoon and her relationship with her family and her relationship with herself.
Yeah.
I think that would have been infinitely more compelling.
And then maybe have Will Ferrell be part of her family.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Just redo the movie. I get where you're going with this, but if you need to have Will Ferrell in the movie, just don't. You know, you can have him be one of the other characters.
Even make him like a side character. Even make him like they still have the two wedding, but the only thing you focus on is Reese Witherspoon and her family. And sometimes things just happen, and it's just Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Kent.
I can't believe you didn't know where this was going from the first second this movie started. Or as soon as you knew the setup and they were both single.
I guess, yeah.
From the first jump. Second, what this really is a 90s rom-com that, or early 2000s, whatever you want. I guess early 2000s for these two would be more.
Yeah.
That didn't fire, okay? It comes from Nick Stoller, who did some really good movies at that time. He did Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He did Get Him to the Greek. He did Neighbors. Those were all his movies. They were good movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're 20 years too old, right?
Yeah.
The rom-com has basically died a painful death at the box office, which is why I think this thing went directly, why Amazon bought MGM Studios. Okay.
Yes.
So I assume this was in production at MGM when Amazon bought the thing. That's my guess. So then Amazon says, we could put this in the studios. It won't make, or in the theaters, it won't make a ton of money there. Let's just dump it instantly on Prime and see if we can get some people there to watch it, because the target audience for it, because the rom-com audience doesn't exist under the age of probably 30 or maybe 35. So the target audience for this was the back end of the millennials and older, right? The people that were Will Ferrell fans, the Reese Witherspoon fans 20 years ago. And so that's what happens with this movie. I'm like Josh. There were a few things I thought were really funny, you know, like even when she's spouting all the profanity, right? I thought that was actually pretty amusing, right? Some of it. But the farther away you get from it, the more you just kind of go, bleh. I mean, that just nothing. It was a very, to me, sign of why rom-coms are gone, right? There was nothing particularly new there. And then finally on the two characters, making a romance of an actor with characters who Will Ferrell is 58, I believe, 57 or 58, and I think she just turned 50. That's a little old to be making that kind of a romantic movie rom-com style, right? It just doesn't quite fire for me. So, there you go.
She's 48 and Will Ferrell is 57.
So I actually didn't hate that aspect that much.
Like getting together?
I didn't really hate that because it is a unique thing. Like Kent said, not a lot of rom-coms do feature older people getting together. So I didn't hate that aspect of it. I hated most everything else. But I think the concept itself was fine.
It just felt like it went from 0 to 100. I mean, the very end hits and, and then all of a sudden, oh, I realize I'm attracted to you. It just seemed like if they were that needed to be played out, there needed to be more, I guess, sexual tension.
Lay the breadcrumbs.
Yeah,
It
earlier
was,
in the
what,
movie.
2 days?
Yeah. Like I thought that like when Will Ferrell's out and he's having a glass of wine and he's talking to his wife who's passed away.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of like an emotional, it could have been a setup for the,
yes.
And it just kind of happens and then it just is done. You know, it wasn't, they didn't lay the breadcrumbs down.
And I would also, I neglected to mention this, the woman who plays Will Ferrell's daughter, whose name I am not even going to make an attempt to say, is usually really funny. And they just gave her nothing.
Yeah, I hadn't seen her.
Writing will do that.
I hadn't seen her in anything before, Ken. I'm looking at the list of movies and TV shows. I knew who the other bride is because she's been in a couple of things that I have seen before, including a movie that came out during COVID a few years ago called Palm Springs, and she was actually a friend of a bride in that movie. And I thought it has people in this that I recognize. I thought the plots with the Reese Witherspoon family. And
that was the best stuff.
I think that's what I was saying. I think that would have been a way more compelling movie.
I think some of that was pretty relatable too, you know, where it's like you move away and maybe you don't feel like you fit anymore. I thought the bit with the guy always calling his wife the wife, and then the names of the kids, like I thought that stuff is funny because I am someone who is horrible at remembering the names. As the family that I have get larger and larger, I'm like, what's the kid's name again?
Will Ferrell's mnemonic device he would use to try to remember names.
Awesome.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. So it's very disjointed.
I thought that the character, like the way the characters were set up, because some of them felt grounded in reality, and then others felt way too ridiculous. My biggest gripe with the characters are all of Will Ferrell's daughter's like friends.
Yeah, they sucked.
It felt like the writer was somebody who's middle-aged, and he wrote what he thinks that early 20s act like. It was like a caricature of early 20s. And that bugged me. That just bugged me.
Well, they were just really annoying, and I could have done without any of them.
Yeah. Well, that part at the end, how they're like blocking him. I didn't realize like that was an apartment. I'm like, damn, this is a nice place. How can they afford this place?
Good point.
Nick, you're onto something there. And that's part of what I was saying. It feels like it's 20 years old. Because I'm sure it's the same writers that worked with him on those other movies, and they're just that felt old. The one character I did like a lot was her mom.
She was good.
That was really good.
I loved that conversation that they had eating
towards
cake.
the end.
That was such a heartfelt moment. It was so good.
Yeah.
The movie was solo written according to Wiki. The Stoller is the one who wrote it.
Hey, well, look at when he made his good movies in 2002, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, good point. I think, and I know they haven't done anything together for a while, but when Will Ferrell doesn't have Adam McKay, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I
It feels forced. It feels forced. I mean, all of Will Ferrell's good stuff has been with Adam McKay being part of the writing team.
But I will say this too, Kent, like, isn't there something to be said for like how many actors who've done comedies over the years have been able to have like a career that lasts this many? Like, sadly, this is kind of what happens.
Oh,
you know?
absolutely.
It's been 10 years since Will Ferrell had a hit movie.
Yeah, and it's been 20 years since Anchorman.
How often? 20 years since Anchorman and 10 years since Anchorman 2 or whatever is like 10 years ago, and that's it. He's done nothing since then.
I know the answer is very rarely, but who was the last actor who had just a great run the whole way through?
Like a comedic actor or an actor, like a serious actor?
Both, I guess, because even serious actors you can tell like
Well,
toward the end.
I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio's still having a hell of a run.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but I don't think of him as a comedic actor.
No, Nick said actor. He just said
actor.
actors in
I was
general.
thinking comedic actor. I suppose someone like Bill Murray, but with Bill Murray, he expanded his horizons. He did
and
some.
He doesn't play the same goofy guy over and over and over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where because Ferrell's characters are very similar, and part of the problem that I kind of had with this guy is he wasn't goofy enough, and he was too kind of a jerk.
Yeah,
he was. And when Ferrell's characters have been jerks in other movies, it's because they're too goofy to figure out they're being a jerk. Right?
Yeah, I think Kent now. I think Ferrell is one of those characters that works a whole lot better when he is in very small doses, because then he can dial up being a jerk, but he's kind of in and out of the movie, and it's not that big of a deal. But I think carrying a movie, he can't carry a movie anymore.
He was perfectly fine in Barbie. Well,
Exactly, because he's a goofball and he's a weirdo, but he's in the movie for 5-10 minutes, and then he's gone. Yeah. Sonny points out, he said the Peyton Manning part was random. It was pretty funny. I did laugh at Peyton Manning just showing up and then not talking.
That
was pretty funny.
I had no idea he was in it. So it's like, what is Peyton Manning doing in this? And then of course, it's like, well, of course, he's in everything. Right.
That's true.
See, what really threw me off is when they're getting ready to do the second wedding, and then they're waiting for their cool pastor, and it was Nick Jonas. My exact words were, "Is that Nick Jonas?" It was.
I didn't know who that was.
One of the Jonas brothers, who Disney.
Yeah, that guy sucked.
Disney star. I liked when he started singing Creed, but then that's another example of how the writing was kind of not good, because I feel like the only reason he was singing Creed is because Creed is kind of a meme right now. I think that's going to extremely date the movie even more than it feels.
Kent, you mentioned something earlier. Why have rom-coms died?
Multiple reasons. One is that the shift in the theatrical in favor of all the Marvel movies, the Star Wars, that fill the theaters, horror movies, whatever, that audience hasn't been kept up, I guess you could say, over the years, because that's been such a strong emphasis from the studios. Indie companies aren't going to be making a bunch of rom-coms, right? A24 is not putting out any rom-coms, right?
Feels like the only rom-coms anymore are basically on Lifetime or Hallmark.
Correcto. And that audience has gone to the home viewing for whatever reason. And the other part of the reason is start going through a list of people today that are the same sort of movie star that Will Ferrell or Reese Witherspoon or whoever was 20 years ago. It's a very, very small number that you could start to even think about making a rom-com around.
Yeah.
Right?
It seems like all the rom-coms are just like, they're either shows on Netflix or movies on Netflix with no-name actors.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And some of that is also because, this is my theory, I haven't read this, but rom-com has such a female appeal.
Yeah.
And men are driving the box office for pretty much everything, but you know, horror is more of a male appeal. The you know, the Star Wars and those tend a little more. I'm not as much, but you start looking Oppenheimer, you know, even the serious movies tend to not go to that female side of the ledger, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think Strigori says something too here, Kent. If I'm going to spend money to go to a theater, I want something on the screen to be worth it and a feeling I can't get at home. You know, seeing a movie that it's like, I have to see it on the big screen because I don't feel like going to see a rom-com is going to be worth spending $12. You know, I want to see, it's like the Mission Impossible movie. When that comes out this summer, I'll probably want to go see it in theaters because it's a however many foot screen.
Which is unfortunate because there's still something about the community aspect.
Of comedy?
Or I'm just talking movies in general.
Oh, okay.
Or comedies. But you know, I think back to, you know, watching Rocky IV and the whole theater starts cheering when, you know, Rocky cuts Drago, you know, you get those types of, you know, community type events. Something about Mary.
Yeah.
Incredible in the theater. But that is certainly something that doesn't have to play on the big screen.
And that's part of what I was talking about when I said the transition in theatrical, right? To more of those kind of movies. And part of it is they've kind of priced themselves out of the sort of mid-level movie. You know, I mean, you take two people you're going to go to a rom-com. You're probably not going by yourself, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So you're talking $25 minimum. Most markets, and movies are cheap around here. Have you bothered to go to a movie in New York? When you've been in New York?
No, but I priced them, and yeah, it's high.
You know, you're going to spend $25 a head in New York.
Yeah.
So are you going to drop $50 to get in the door, another $20 for concessions, and then however much it costs you to get there, or if you have to have babysitters or whatever, you're dropping $100, $120. And even around here, you can easy spend $50.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it worth $50 to see a rom-com? Well, probably not.
Yeah.
Is it worth $50 to see the Mission Impossible movie? Probably yes, because of the experience that they're delivering. That's kind of sad because I think that most films should be seen in the theater where they're intended to be seen. And here's one of the reasons why. It's not just the scale, the sound, and all of that. It's also that you're in a room in the dark with a bunch of strangers and you pay attention to the movie. You're not stopping it to go get something to drink or to go to the bathroom or whatever, or watching
or read a book like Josh
later or whatever. You watch it as it was intended to be watched. And that's going away for a lot of films.
Man, you mentioned it. I was like, I'm going to look up an AMC theater in Manhattan. And sure enough, it is $26 after fees to go see a movie. And then you add in
one person?
For one person.
Here?
No, in Manhattan.
In Manhattan. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it's like, so that's two movies or two people you're talking about 50. And that's before you do anything else. You're probably eating either at the theater or at a restaurant, you know, maybe not, but I mean, very quickly, you're talking about $100+. And then if you have a babysitter, if you have a kid, I mean, game over. It's a date night for $200.
More than that.
That's crazy.
If you're going to drop $200 on a date night, why go to a movie?
Yeah.
Which is why more people probably end up at sporting events.
Yeah, because you can talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I think that's absolutely true. If you look at and we talk about box office went down last year. Not by a lot, but it went down. Okay.
Even though the price of the movies is always going up.
Correct. Yeah. Which tells you fewer people are going to the movies in the theaters for multiple reasons, including if you're a rom-com fan, they're not one to go to.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, there it is. You're cordially invited. We didn't really give it a seal.
You're not cordially invited to this. We would warn you.
The other thing, the title for this movie kind of sucks.
It's not that bad.
I think the
Why
title's
couldn't they
good.
call it Two Weddings?
And a funeral.
I was thinking the same thing.
That one was taken and
Double booked.
And I'll admit, I may have been spoiled. I wasn't spoiled in terms of the plot, but the wife watched it a couple of days before I did, and
did she say bad?
She was not.
Yeah.
And so I may have not gone into it with the best attitude.
It didn't look. Well, I didn't go into it with the best attitude either. So maybe we all went into it with bad attitudes.
Perhaps
it did make me laugh a few times.
But I mean, let's face it. This is Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Best Will Ferrell movie. Go.
Anchorman.
Step Brothers.
Kent.
I might go with, what am I going to go with? The best Will Ferrell movie. I think it's got to be one with John C. Reilly.
Step Brothers.
Talladega Nights is
Talladega Nights, maybe.
Wow, so we're all over the place, John.
I love Talladega Nights.
I love Talladega Nights, but man, Anchorman, again, another one of those movies saw in the theater, great community experience, and laughed a lot.
See, in Step Brothers, my brother and I used to quote that to each other all the time.
Saw Step Brothers in the theater.
See, it's funny.
Love
I didn't
that.
like Step Brothers that much the first time I saw it, and then I watched it again
I
and
love
again
that movie
and
so
again
much.
and again and
The
again.
one
and
that
again
gets
and again.
better with each viewing is Semi-Pro. I love Semi-Pro.
I would agree with
I
that.
haven't seen that. in a
And
while.
Blades of Glory.
And Blades of Glory.
Blades of
It's
Glory.
better after you've seen. I mean, because that one, when I saw it, I remember seeing it at the screen and going, "Huh?" Was more my reaction. And then when I watched it on TV, it's like, that's really funny.
What's the move called? The flying.
The Flying Lotus. The Iron Lotus.
The Iron
Lotus.
So funny.
First time that happened, of course, I'd laugh my
Is that
ass
where
off.
because I know it's from that movie, but is that where the quote? What does that even mean? Nobody knows what it means, but it's compelling.
it gets the
Gets
people
going.
going.
Duh,
Yep.
duh,
Yeah.
duh, duh.
Yeah.
Chaz Michael
Automatic.
Michaels.
What a name. See, and then a couple of people are front runner mentions Wedding Crashers. That might be the best Will Ferrell character. When he shows up as Chaz Reinhold in Wedding Crashers.
Yeah.
Mom, the meatloaf.
Yeah, I mean,
Very funny.
yeah, no, I mean,
He wasn't the main guy.
yeah, when I
And
think of
that's-
Will Ferrell movies,
Oh,
I'm,
no, for
I'm talking
sure.
when he's in the lead.
Yeah.
So then I circle back to I think this movie could have been more compelling if it just focused on Reese Witherspoon and her character and her things, and then Will Ferrell was a side character, and then he would just show up like when they all come inside.
Yeah.
During the rain, you
Instead
didn't
of
see
the
that
whole
happen,
time.
but you see them come in. Yeah.
All right,
It's Nick's turn.
what's next week?
This movie has been on my mind lately for no particular reason. I haven't seen it, and I would like to watch it. So we're gonna go to Max and watch Civil War.
Oh, I saw that movie in theaters last
The
year.
one from last year.
Yes,
Okay.
Nice. I like this movie.
I've heard it's good.
I enjoyed this movie. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Civil War next week on Max
Yes.
in the movie club.
In the movie club.
Kent, are you going to be like emo boy to my left and hate watch this game and be depressed because the Chiefs are in it again? How are you going to approach Super Bowl 59 and who do you think's going to win?
I am a Raider fan.
Yep.
It is impossible not to watch this with, I can't say the word the Chiefs on the okay. Period.
But are you like Josh and you think, oh, the Eagles are well, he thinks the Eagles are going to win.
I
'cause
think
he
the
hates
Eagles are going to win.
Are you going into this with the defeatism that the Chiefs are going to win?
No, I'm going in this with the hope that Saquon Barkley runs up and down the field on him and Philadelphia gets far enough ahead that can't touch Patty and the officials can't give the game to the team.
Does Kent or Evil Kent have a score prediction?
Do you have a score prediction, Kent?
Oh, let's go 28-24 Eagles.
All right.
Evil Kent?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
But Nebraska's not playing in this game.
I thought Nick was going to stop it before the probably Nebraska.
That quarterback isn't cosplay Mahomes. That's the real Mahomes.
I thought he was going to
I
stop
thought it
it.
was Dylan Raiola the whole time.
Cosplay Mahomes. That's pretty good. I may be stealing that.
I'm telling you, I that's the only criticism I have of Dylan. Get a different act.
Find a new slant.
Get a new slant. Be yourself. Or if you're going to cosplay someone, cosplay the guy that your dad used to play with, the great Matthew Stafford.
Okay, that's enough of that,
The
John.
great Matthew Stafford, who have you seen the lunatic rumors that there's going to be they're going to trade him?
No,
they're
John.
not trade him.
Yeah, most of the lunatic rumors are coming from inside the house from his wife.
For Dak. Stafford for Dak. Let's sign this.
See, I wouldn't be worried because we have a coach that actually can make quarterbacks good.
Damn it.
All right, Kent, we appreciate it as always. We'll talk next week.
Sounds good.
See you, Kent.
Kent Waldemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Next week's movie club, Civil War.
I actually just watched a different movie from this same director.
Oh, nice.
I watched Ex Machina over the weekend, and that was his first movie.
I've heard that one's a trip.
That movie rocks. It's not on streaming, though. I own it. I watched it old school. Look at this, a disc. Let me put it in my player and watch the movie.
No, that's not old school. Old school is, hey, here's a VHS.
That is, well, that's older school.
I think old school would
the jerk before me didn't rewind it.
He wasn't kind.
Be
Wouldn't
kind of-
old school be you have the reel-to-reel movie projector? And
That would be the oldest of schools. And then before that, it would be, hey, honey, it's hot outside. You want to go to the theater to watch Gone with the Wind?
So when when they would show
they
films,
have slurs in it.
when they would show films in class, and
Wheeler Winston Dixon's class,
and the no, this is grade school.
Oh,
and the film would end, and it would get to the very end. It'd get to the very end, and the teacher hadn't turned the light off on the projector, and at the very end, because it was like a test pattern thing, there would be like this woman that would appear on the screen.
Is this The Ring?
With a lot of
Glorious
different
Bastards.
There would be this, and I remember the first time I was like, "Hey, there was a woman up there," and it was one of those. It was like one
Horny
frame.
John.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Oh.
And people were like, "No, you're crazy."
Oh, they tried to gaslight John
because no one saw it. And then the next time we watched the film, everyone pointed out, "Hey, he was right. There's the woman again."
Wow, I'm glad they said you were right, because when I was in elementary school, I'd say something, people would be like, "You're an idiot," and then it would happen again, and they'd be like, "Look what I discovered. Look what nobody else discovered first."
Wow, look at you, Nick.
I have a chip on my shoulder.
I have never noticed.
Never noticed.
Not one time. I have noticed, though, that it's 422 and it's almost a One Beer Friday. My last one with my pals.
One Beer Friday. And remember, send us your pics of what you're drinking this weekend. And if you want to see cake, go to a bakery.
No, John.
Or if you want to see Cake, the band, playing in Omaha in June, we have our final pair of tickets.
Nice.
If you want to win those tickets, when you send us your pictures, not only hashtag One Beer Friday, but also hashtag cake.
Cake.
And Nick will pick one of those.
He'll go the distance.
At random later tonight, and you will win the tickets to see Cake.
Some would say you get a prize.
It's the only way you can win these final pair of tickets. So send us a picture, hashtag One Beer Friday,
hashtag cake,
and hashtag cake. If you just want to send us your picture and don't want to go to Cake, don't hashtag the cake.
Nice.
But hashtag the cake if you want the cake.
Eat the cake. 1620 The Zone, where it's a good time to remind you that with this weekend, huge basketball games coming up. All 3 of Nebraska's Division I teams are at home this weekend. This is a chance for you to maybe pitch in and help your schools recruit and retain the best college athletes by visiting athleticsontheline.com. On the Line, Omaha-based company that is partnered with the Blue Jays, with the Mavericks, with the Huskers to help contribute to their NIL funds. But here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com, you pick your favorite school, and then you pick any measurable metric that you like. It could be as simple as just picking wins. For every time your team wins, you attach a dollar amount that you choose, and then that donation goes straight towards your school's NIL fund. It's a way to reward your team when your team rewards, if I can say it, you. So again, visit athleticsontheline.com and gamify your giving with On the Line. Help your schools win and get the best athletes. Visit athleticsontheline.com. How well do you know your football? Every morning this week and next. All right. Are they doing it next week too?
Nick doesn't know the answer to this
know.
question.
Well, I hope they are because I'm reading this because, Gary and Matt have already done their shows for this week.
That's true. We're on in the afternoon, so you never know.
We are in the afternoon.
They're not doing a show tomorrow.
But this was told to me that they play a clip from a game, and if you're the first one to guess correctly, you win $100. Find out more at 1620thezone.com. If you're going to play the song and I'm not going to talk, you might as well turn it up so actually people can hear it.
Thank you, Nick. Is this the clean version?
Yes. Yes.
That's good.
That's very good.
That's very good, Nick.
We used to be told that continuity was very important on the offensive line. You got 5 guys working together.
Oh, are we talking about the Dallas Cowboys hire?
No.
Do you see this?
No.
He's from Omaha.
Cool.
Let's get this guy on the grump.
No, let's
You don't want to celebrate a Nebraskan going to the Dallas Cowboys?
I want to see him fail.
It's a celebration.
I want to see him fail.
Wow.
But this isn't about pro football. This is about college football. You know that sport that abandoned you a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, it abandoned me because Ohio State won the stupid championship. Heckle the Echo is back?
No, it's not. But Parker Fleming of Stats O War.
He's the guy behind it. I recognize those things everywhere.
He looked at all 18 schools in the Big 18 conference. And by position, percentage of snaps at each offensive line position. We used to be told that, hey, man, you get 5 guys working together the whole season, you're going to be successful. And when you look at it, and for those of you who are watching it on the screen, if it's the darker the shade of blue, the more snaps
dark blue,
at that position.
Never been alone.
The darker the shade of red, the fewer snaps by position. Look at Purdue. Purdue, of their all 5 of their offensive line positions from tackle to tackle, played over 92% of all snaps.
People forget that Purdue is like the worst team in the country, though. So apparently the offensive line isn't the most important position group, John.
Look at Wisconsin. They had an off year.
Yeah.
All 5 of their O-line positions, 92% or greater. But then take a look at Ohio State.
Oh,
from the center over to the left tackle, it's beat red.
Yikes.
Left tackle, of course, they had a lot of injuries this year. 52% of the left tackle snaps used by the highest used player, the most. Only 30% at left guard, 55% at center. So they had to go through a lot of different dudes.
Good for them, John.
Yet Ohio State, of course, won the national championship. It just kind of shows you that
offensive line doesn't matter. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, offensive line does matter.
Interesting.
But when you have the talent of Ohio State or the depth of Ohio State, you can overcome some of those things. If you're wondering,
where did Nebraska rank in these?
Well, Nebraska was pretty good from left guard over to right tackle, but as we know, they had some injury issues at left tackle this year. So 57% of the highest snaps were taken at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But most everywhere else, it was 90% and above for Nebraska.
Yeah.
But I thought that was interesting because, it's the old axiom.
Sure.
Hey, and sure, Ohio State probably still would have won if they would have had the same continuity as Wisconsin or Purdue.
Yeah.
But they're Ohio State, you're not.
Yeah, they have the best receiver in college football. His name is Jeremiah Smith. Oh, one other thing real fast, John. Looking at the other playoff teams, Indiana, all their players were at 86% or above.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon, 4 of the 5 were above 90%. One of them was below 65%. Ohio State, they were kind of in between the Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana group where they had an 86, a 90, but they also had a 74, a 72, and a 52. So kind of all over the place for Penn State there.
Yeah.
Purdue, man, what a horrible season they had. Yikes. But at least they had continuity on the offensive line.
Yes, at least they had continuity on the offensive line.
It's about the silver linings.
At least they had continuity on the offensive line.
That's what they're going to be saying about them for years.
Mr. Yogurt has given us an update on the stadium.
Yeah.
And a little bit more. And still to come, our Super Bowl preview.
I got a lot of notes for you.
I got some notes too.
This will surprise you, was running and listening to a podcast.
Oh.
Were you also slurring?
No.
Practicing for Boston?
Not one single time. I heard a stat that blew my mind. I couldn't write it down because I was running.
Slurring.
And I had big gloves on. I didn't want to take out my phone and then take out the gloves. But I went back and found this piece of audio, and I will not play it, but I'll give you the stat that was in the audio.
Is it the tape? Is it the audio tape?
It is not the audio tape, sadly. But this is pretty interesting in terms of the Eagles and the success that they've had this year. I'm going to talk positively about the Philadelphia Eagles.
Go Bird, says Josh.
And then Josh is gonna break out in hives.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of like next year when the Cowboys are in the Super Bowl with their Omaha based offensive line coach. And John,
see, he's doing it. He's doing
I'm not
it.
doing it.
He's
Cowboy
doing
derangement
it.
syndrome.
I can't even make a joke anymore.
Somehow he's
not a
forgotten.
I think they'll be good. Ha.
Somehow he's forgotten that his owner is going to live forever, and then his son is going to live forever still.
Smiles and glory holes.
The official motto of the 2025 Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. 16-20 the zone. Man, I just found out that Coach Mack has been plagiarizing me. The man of the great ideas.
What did he say?
Well, he was at his...
Did he quote you say, I'm an idiot?
He had his monthly basketball luncheon today with the J-backers.
Did he say...
Bing bong! No, he did not say that.
Nice,
but
Nick.
he said the sum of our parts is greater than our individual talent. When I asked him a question, the second question I asked him in the pregame show was, what would you say if I asked, or if someone said that the sum of your parts is greater than your talent?
And what did he say to that question?
And he agreed with it. And then he had a nice answer to it. But he's plagiarizing me.
Did he give you credit? Maybe he gave you credit.
If he did, he probably made a snarky comment. Hey, that, idiot that talks to me on the pregame show.
You're that moron.
That moron.
He's a Rams fan, too, like a goober. His words, not mine. His words, not mine.
Well, Troy Dannon has provided a bit of an update towards the future of Memorial Stadium. He was talking with Sam McEwen of the Omaha World Herald and says that the new plan may be revealed here in the first quarter of 2025, which, if you follow your calendar, is the first 3 months of the year. In the interview he did with Sam, Dannon says they continue to put their final touches on the plan. And it will be, according to Dannon, much more aggressive in overhauling the East and West stadiums, which he's kind of alluded to in the past.
Yeah, this isn't new, I don't think.
He says, we've got a good conceptual design and a financial model that is, on paper, conservative but attractive.
They have the concept of a plan.
According to the story from Sam, Nebraska still plans down to tear down South Stadium after 2026.
But the wind, John, the wind.
Going without roughly 20% of its seats for 2027.
Without 20% of the seats. So they'll still have 80%, which in the original idea
so
was
it'll
like...
still block enough of the wind so that...
Thank God.
So that, Dylan will be able to entertain high school athletes at basketball games without getting blown over.
This part of what Sam mentioned was maybe the most interesting to me. Sam wrote, Dannon wants a renovation robust and thorough enough to last until Memorial Stadium's 150th birthday in 2073. About a year ago, more than a year ago when Trev announced what he announced. And then about a year ago when Dannon arrived and the South Stadium plan was suddenly put on hold. We talked about that. Is this a plan that is going to keep the stadium intact in its current form for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30? And what is the answer of if you're going to do it and it's only going to last 10 years? That's not enough. So do you just tear it down? 50 years, because that'd be 50 years, 48 years from now. That's a long time. If you can actually pull that off, I think the price tag, and that's going to be the funny thing, is this is now going to cost more than the original idea that people thought was too expensive. But if it can last for 50 years, if it lasts for 50 years, it's worth it. If you're able to keep this around and you're able to make all of this doable, I'd say it's worth it, because I don't think they want to build a new stadium for a variety of reasons. One would be where would it go? The other, of course, is just pure nostalgia.
Well, it would go in Gretna, obviously.
I don't have any insight on this, but my guess is that this plan is going to rely heavily on club seating or private clubs. So when the Ricketts family renovated Wrigley Field, they excavated underneath
home. Lick, lick, lick.
the original grandstands and built a lot of private clubs where, just exclusive places where you go and there's food and drink. You buy, obviously, the exclusive package. There's lounges, there's bars, there's, food options. And then there's direct access from that to your seat. And only the people that sit in those sections can access the club.
And they have that at PBA. They have that at the CenturyLink Center.
Right.
Where if you have really good seats, you also have access to this other room that only you can go to.
And when you think about it, they've moved the weight room.
Mm-hmm.
They've moved the training table. Yep. Those are spaces that used to exist underneath the original West Stadium. And there's room in the East Stadium as well. And so my prediction is you're going to see a lot of exclusive clubs or exclusive lounges underneath the stadium that then lead directly out to the seats in the East and the West Stadium. And then there will be chairbacks and more comfortable, maybe even theater style seats.
Oh,
this is my guess. This is my guess, because what they want to do is, obviously, they want to raise revenues.
Sure.
And the best way because right now...
Yeah, offer them something they don't have right now.
Right now, those seats are just wood planks that are just like the wood planks just about everywhere else in that stadium. And there's nothing much exclusive other than you're low to the field and you're along the sideline.
Yeah, you have a better view.
But now you would have a club that before the game, you could get your own food.
Halftime.
You can go down there at halftime and then, go in and out as you please. And that's my prediction.
It's a great prediction.
Where not all of this renovation will be, but a good chunk of it, because it's got to generate revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get people to pay, suite like prices, but not have a suite, and I don't know exactly what they would charge for these, but it'd be a lot more expensive.
Yes, it would.
That's how you can generate more revenue. So that's my prediction for at least part of this plan.
Michael writes on Twitter, JTech Construction So Twitter feed, the beauty of saying you hope the renovations last till the 2070s is you won't be around to blame if it all falls short in a decade or two.
Yeah.
I think you might be onto something here, because one of the things that people love is exclusivity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this would offer.
Yeah.
Everybody can get in the stadium, but not everybody can get to this fancy place. Alabama has something like this at their stadium. I think we talked about this on one of the days you were gone over the last month or so. And the seats there are ridiculous. Or the room that you can go hang out in is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Rich mahogany, leather-bound books, comfy couches, chandeliers.
For those of you who have access to the Lexus Club at CHI Health Center, it's like that. You mentioned there's some places inside of PBA that are like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that, unless you, well, really, I don't know if they. I've not been in the new boxes on the East Stadium side, but there's not really. I mean, there's better concessions. I say better.
You're inside. The benefit
when you're in the club level, so the balcony of the West Stadium.
You don't have to be outside.
There is a club area there. There's concessions there, but it's not like what I was describing at Wrigley Field, where it's basically like going to a high-end restaurant, where it's really attractive, and you've got a really nice buffet and you've got a full bar. That's not something that they have currently in the stadium anywhere, but that's my prediction for what you're going to see.
The other thing too that we have to mention, and this is from the very end of the story, I'll read from Sam McEwen. Any South Stadium video board will have to be installed at the end of the South Stadium renovation, not during it. Dannon had hoped a video board could stand tall above the entire renovated structure throughout construction. Not the case. And here's what Troy Dannon said: it's not going to stand alone behind. It's going to be integrated. So there will be a new big screen. It's just going to be like the last thing.
But he's talking about the South Stadium. Remember, the big screen's currently in North Stadium, and it was fritzing out late last year.
Was it?
Yeah, it was sometime. Was it the Illinois game? Maybe it wasn't because you weren't there. So it must have been
you and I were at the Illinois
might have been
game.
The Colorado game, but it was.
Oh, I remember you telling me about
it. It was like overheating or something, and the colors were getting all skewed up.
Yeah,
and they had to shut it down for a little bit, and then basically turn it on, turn it back, turn it off, turn it back on.
Got to blow in the cartridge.
Yeah, blow on the cartridge.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's still plans to at least temporarily replace that.
Interesting stuff. I mean, I know we talked about it earlier, and I kind of joked about it, but like this is going to be more expensive than the original plan was.
More than likely.
It's going to be more expensive.
More than likely. Speaking of more expensive, or at least more money, we didn't really talk about this, but they do have a new concessions contract. They're going to farm out their concessions to Aramark, who does a lot of sporting venues.
Mm-hmm.
And according to Dannon, and this is from Sam McEwen's story, it will double Nebraska's concessions revenue next season.
Because they're up in the price, baby.
Yeah.
How are you going to make more money if you're not up in the price?
Yeah. Yeah. So this will be for the stadium, for softball, and I think Devaney, because obviously they don't control Haymarket Park and they don't control PBA, because those are both jointly operated with the city and with the case of the ballpark, Sink and Salt Dogs. So
yeah,
this will only be for Devaney, for Memorial Stadium, and for
PBA,
for the softball field, not PBA.
Not PBA.
Because PBA is city.
City, yeah.
My bad. City operated.
Yes.
Well, coming up next, Super Bowl 59. We're going to break this sucker down as only we can.
Yeah.
With lots of tears from Josh.
Yeah.
And rational thinking from yours truly.
Yeah. I'm counting down to the end of this game. That's what I'm counting down to.
Oh, is that when the celebratory sad sex for you happens?
No, John.
Oh, John, he's just looking forward to spring training.
Sure. I'm ready for nice weather. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Baseball.
Not having to talk about football anymore. This sport has only given me sadness this year. No happiness. The Nebraska-Colorado game was fun.
Maybe next year it'll give you
Smiles and glory holes.
That weekend was great. I was in Minneapolis having a lovely time getting paid to watch football. Nebraska beat Colorado, and I was right in thinking they'd win by 2 scores. The Dallas Cowboys defeated the Cleveland Browns the following day, and everything after that sucked. Horrible. After that, Nebraska went 5-6, and Dallas went, what did they finish with? 7 wins? 6-10.
Woof.
Yeah. And then the Eagles.
7-10.
No, after the win, they went 6-10.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Eagles made the Super Bowl. And Ohio State won the Natty. Now, they did lose to Michigan, which was great. But it doesn't matter because they won the Natty. I can't even make fun of them that much. This sucks. Bad sport. Why
Don't
do we
forget,
do this?
it's One Beer Friday, too.
Oh, that's good.
We're going to have some beer.
It's the last one for me. Oh, man, it's all just sad.
You know, you should keep drinking beer because I think that will help you with your slurs.
And okay, would you stop it with the slurs? No slurs.
Think about this.
No.
If you use the slurs and knock off 5 seconds off your time, that means you
What?
can drink more beer.
Let's cut the tape on that one, Nick. It sounded like you used a different word before off.
I said knock off.
He did say knock off.
Okay, so
Yeah.
interesting. I do not want to cut off time for that reason, John.
16:20 the zone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably had Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Dag nabbit, crack 'em! Oh, mother, that got a little sloppy.
Hello.
A little sloppy. A little sloppy.
Oh, samesies.
Oh, sloppy.
Thank God this doesn't taste like spaghetti, or I would have punched you.
Oh, it tastes good, John.
You wouldn't try a spaghetti beer, John?
No, I would not try a spaghetti beer, but I would try a beer that had spaghetti in the name. And that's what we have today, courtesy of Monolithic.
Shout
Here
out.
in Omaha.
Yeah, baby.
It's called Spaghetti Policy. I would have preferred, they should have called it Sketty Policy, because you know how kids say Sketty. Why? Do you know the significance of the name?
Yeah, so there's a picture on the can of spaghetti in a bag, which is a reference to Always Sunny.
Behind the spaghetti in a bag!
Which is a reference to Always Sunny. I don't remember why they called it Spaghetti Policy. They did a collab with Au Courant, where they brought in the spaghetti, so it was like one of those pop-up situations.
Oh, so maybe this was something they brewed to eat with the spaghetti?
They did. They brewed this specifically for that event a few weeks ago.
Oh, it's a spaghetti beer.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not a spaghetti beer. It's a hazy IPA.
It's a hazy IPA, which, Nick, you were gone when, John? You were gone recently. Well, you've been gone every Friday.
Been gone every
John left us
Friday
to get a carton of cigarettes and milk.
Yeah, but he never returned. But I think it was last week when we had Jack Mitchell in, Nick told us he likes hazy IPAs.
I'm coming around to hazy IPAs.
What do you think of this one, Nick?
It's pretty good.
Friend of the Grum, Josh, has sent me a GIF from Always Sunny.
Oh, that's right. He does say the line in there.
Where he's eating spaghetti out of a bag, and what is your
Charlie.
spaghetti? Yeah, Charlie's eating spaghetti out of a bag, and it's what is your spaghetti policy?
That's
here?
right. I forgot.
Okay, that's pretty
Yeah,
funny.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
pretty funny.
A lot of their beers are in reference to Always Sunny or The Office. The titles are. So
good, decent American comedies.
Uh-huh.
And you can be a good, decent America too, because Nick is all about making One Beer Friday great again.
That's what I'm here for.
Nick, put the red hat on.
Put the red hat on. Make One Beer Friday great again.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the final pair of tickets to the band Cake.
Nice.
June 1.
Wow.
In Omaha at the Astro.
It's going to be warm. The sun will be setting after 9 o'clock.
It's almost the College World Series,
Football
so Josh
will be
is going to be on
3
vacation.
months away.
If you want to win those tickets, send us a picture of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday and use the separate hashtag Cake.
Yes.
If you just want to share the picture and you don't want the cake tickets,
That's
just
fine
use
too.
One Beer Friday. That's fine. But if you want to win the cake tickets, use the hashtag Cake as well. Nick, later tonight, will be picking one of you at random, and you will see Cake in Omaha, June 1 at the Astro Amphitheater.
That is badass.
Just
Nick,
like this beer is pretty badass.
Nick, you're an amazing human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is delicious. I am so happy to be here with my boys, finally enjoying a One Beer Friday.
John just called us his boys.
It's about damn time.
You are.
We have been apart for, we think, every Friday this year.
Yep.
John was gone last week. I was sick the week before. John was gone. Were we here on January the 3rd? I don't think
No,
we were.
because that was the Marquette game.
So this is the first One Beer Friday with us all in studio together since Friday, December 20th.
Was that the list day?
That was the list day.
Oh my God.
It's Been a while, some would say.
Been a while.
Been a while. And we'll be here together next week, too, for Valentine's Day. So we hope that you spend Valentine's Day with the Grum next Friday. But until then, we have to talk about the Super Bowl.
Can't think of a better way to spend Valentine's Day than with us.
Oh, is this your first Valentine's Day with your little girly
No,
friend?
second.
Okay.
Remember,
Do you guys celebrate?
Last year, that's when I took my floating holiday.
Nice.
And then we went out of the city. And I have dinner reservations for us on Saturday.
The best thing about having a pretend girlfriend is you can get them pretend Valentine's.
That's
it doesn't cost you
awesome.
John.
Are you going to somewhere here? Are you going somewhere local? Are you leaving?
We're going to stay local.
Yeah.
I'll
ask you during the break where you're going to go.
We wanted to go to Kansas City, but depending on how things go this weekend, we didn't want to be there at the same time as a parade.
Oh. Don't worry, the parade will be like Wednesday.
Yeah, the parade.
Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, and the parade will be next week, like might actually be on Wednesday. Usually we've had to reschedule Mitch.
Yeah, but
last year we didn't get a chance to talk to him.
Yeah,
the problem is there's still going to be Chiefs fans there.
Well, those will never go
Those
away.
aren't
Nick.
going away.
They will be there forever.
I can't imagine a time when Chiefs fans are at their worst than the Saturday following a Super Bowl win.
Why would
I can think of worse days.
No.
It would have been normal.
Yeah, it'll be normal.
Yeah.
It'll be normal.
It would have been normal.
Well, are the Chiefs going to win this game or not?
No.
We're gonna
Sorry, I
find
didn't mean to
out.
break it down already.
Yeah, you already did. But which side of the matchup do you want to start with?
Let's start with the Eagles on offense.
The Eagles on offense.
I love Super Week.
Because I think that this is a better version of the offense almost in the No, I don't. Is this a better version of the offense than it was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago? I can make an argument on both sides.
It's a different version of the offense.
It is, man. That was a better passing offense. They still won with the running game, but Jalen Hurts played his best game as a quarterback in that Super Bowl. But they have the best running back in the NFL now, and their passing game outside of the NFC Championship has taken very much a nosedive this year.
That's why I want to say they're not a better version of the offense, and that's not a knock on Saquon Barkley, but because the Eagles did have a good running game.
They just didn't have the best
2 years ago.
Much better passing game.
But yes, the passing game was much better.
Yeah.
Speaking of running, the Eagles love to pull. They love to pull their center, who we all know and love, is Cam Jurgens.
Though Tom Brady will call him Cam Jurgens.
Probably.
Nice. For some reason.
The Eagles have the second most explosive runs and the second most yards before contact this season. And a big part of that is their pulling game, their counter and pull lead plays. The Eagles led the league with 28 explosive runs and a whopping 3.4 yards before contact using those concepts. Why is that important? Kansas City's got a good run defense. However, Kansas City's expected points added per play is the fifth worst in the NFL in situations where the opposition is pulling and counter versus all other run concepts where their expected points per play is in the minus, which is good for a defense.
For a defense, yeah.
So what the Eagles do very well on the offensive line from a run blocking standpoint is not usually what the Chiefs do well in terms of defending it.
Kansas City this year only allowed one run of 30 yards or more in the regular season. They only allowed one run or more of 30 yards in the playoffs, and that was James Cook in the AFC Championship game. But in the aggregate, their run defense has gotten worse over the course of the second half of the season and into the playoffs. I told you I had a stat that I heard, and this was on the Mina Kimes podcast. Ben Solak had this number. Since the bye in week 5, so the Eagles played in weeks 1 through 4, then they had their off week. They played week 6 onward. Jalen Hurts has attempted 13 passes while trailing in the second half. Since the bye in week 5, Jalen Hurts has only thrown the ball 13 times while his team is behind in the second half. 4 against Carolina, oddly, and 9 against the Commanders. And that would have been in the first game because in the second game, first of all, the Commanders weren't leading until like the last minute, and he wasn't playing in that moment because he had been knocked out with a concussion. Their game state, in my opinion, is the story of the Super Bowl. And that's why I wanted to start on this side of the ball. If they are able to have the success, if they are able to have a run of 30 yards or more, because that's the thing that separates them. We talked about it with Aaron Schatz on Monday. Said, hey, they have this historic season from a running back. He is 30 yards away from the most yards we've ever seen from a running back in 1 year. How in the world are they only 10th best in the league? And it's because they are great with the home run, but on a down-to-down basis, not as consistent. Are they able to be consistent on a down-to-down basis? Are they able to break the trend of the Chiefs? And that is, we actually don't allow long rushing plays. Because if they do, look at the game state of the NFC Championship game. Washington, 18, 19-play drive, whatever it was, get down, had to settle for a field goal, and then next offensive play, they were down and trailing. And that is why this Eagles offense is so hard to stop. Because then it allows them to do the RPO stuff. It allows them to pretend that they're handing off and throw it. Their screen game has been very, very good. They love to throw to Dallas Goedert. That's a guy to watch out for if the Eagles have a positive game state. I obviously, I want to see them trailing in the second half because that means that they'll probably lose. But I'm very curious, like as a football watcher, if I didn't have any true leanings on who I want to win this game, I would be fascinated to see Philadelphia if they're behind in the second half, mainly because we just don't see it from them this year.
I just got done complimenting the Eagles' offensive line. Now I'm about to slander it.
Give it to me.
Mitch Holtis mentioned this on our visit on Wednesday. The Eagles give up a lot of sacks.
Yes,
for a team that has an offensive line that gets a lot of plaudits and doesn't pass at as high a level as a lot of other NFL teams, they still give up a lot of sacks. All three of the interior linemen from guard to guard have surrendered at least 30 pressures this season, and they have particularly struggled when teams stunt, giving up the second highest amount of pressure percentage on such plays. And the Chiefs actually stunt at the lowest rate in the NFL, so you wonder if the Chiefs might stunt a little bit more for this. And one guy to watch for is Chris Jones. Where Chris Jones lines up could be a factor in this game. During the regular season, he lined up outside the tackle on 41% of third down snaps. But during the playoffs, it's been more than 50% of lining up outside the tackle on third down. And his pass rush win rate is third best in the entire league. Only Aiden Hutchinson, who only played half the season with the Lions, and Myles Garrett with the Browns had a better pass rush rate. But in the last two matchups against Philadelphia, Jones did not rush from the wide tackle spot. He lined up on just 5 of 37 third down snaps, 5 of 27 third down snaps outside the tackle. And why is that? Because the Eagles' pass block has been good on the outside. Their tackles have an 81.4 Pro Football Focus pass blocking grade, but with the interior lineman, the guard, center guard, it's just 48.4 from Pro Football Focus. So will Chris Jones be lined up inside, or will they try to use him in stunts outside in to get that pressure? That's one other thing to watch for.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the sacks, that is, I mean, like some of it's the interior, as you just mentioned with some of those great numbers. Another part of it, too, is how long Hurts holds on to the football. If he's able to escape outside, obviously that's going to help. I think that's what it comes down to. Can they get to him on that initial pass rush? If not, if he is able to get outside, is he just throwing the ball away, or are you able to bring him down? I mean, it's so funny, man. I watch him, and sometimes I don't think that Hurts is very mobile anymore. And then other times he breaks off a big run like he did, did he against your team early?
He scored the first touchdown.
Yeah, he did against Washington. Like, he'll have those plays, but he definitely doesn't have the pep in his step that he did 2 years ago before he had that injury late in the year. And certainly the last 2 seasons, because his knee has been banged up at a variety of moments too.
Do you have anything more on this side of the matchup?
No, I mean,
I've got one more thing.
Okay.
I got one more thing I'll quickly mention, and that's A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown against man coverage leads all pass catchers in yards per route and second in target rate. And, of course, the Chiefs, with Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie, rely heavily on man. So how that matchup works. Will the Chiefs need to play a little bit more zone against A.J. Brown? Can Watson and or McDuffie lock down A.J. Brown? Because this is where he has been his most effective, is when he is facing man coverage.
Yeah. So this next thing bleeds into the other side of the ball too, because I want to mention turnovers for a moment. This has been very much a postseason that the story of these games is, do you win the turnover battle? Yes, then you are going to win the game. The only team so far in the postseason that has won the game and also lost the turnover battle was actually the Chiefs, which of course they're going to break a trend. And that was against the Bills. But in particular, since the week 5 bye, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, Eagles 15-1, plus 27 turnover margin, and they won their games by an average of 13.8 points per game. Let's dive into that a little bit more in the postseason. They won the turnover battle against the Packers 4-0. And that game famously began with a fumble on the kickoff. They won that game by 12 points. Against your Rams, they won that turnover battle. Both of those fumbles 2-0. They won that game by 6 points. And then, of course, they beat the Commanders by 32. A variety of points, 21 points were scored in the fourth quarter as they pulled away. They won that game 4-0 in terms of the turnover battle. And the most brutal one for Washington was at the end of the first half after Washington had clawed their way back to make that game pretty interesting. That is the thing to, again, look out for is, does a team win the turnover battle, and are they able to win the turnover battle by a lot? Bill Barnwell, in his Super Bowl preview today, went back and looked at teams in the playoffs in the history of the NFL that have won the turnover margin in the postseason to this degree and what happens. And the only team to break the trend and to like keep that going in the Super Bowl or even in the NFC Championship or AFC Championship game was the 98 Broncos. They went into that Super Bowl. They had been great in terms of turnovers in the postseason, and they actually kept it going against the Falcons. Otherwise, though, what they have done, and that's, again, +4, +2, +4, so that's +10, 10-0 in the postseason. At some point, it usually reverses to the mean. And so now, as we look at the other side of the ball, against Patrick Mahomes and against the Chiefs, like they have dared teams, the Eagles have, with that defense, and this is where they are definitely better than they were 2 years ago. The Eagles defense does not sack the quarterback as much, but they are much better in coverage. They are a great tackling unit, as are the Chiefs, I should mention. But when you look at the other side of the ball in Kansas City, when they have the football, they are okay with dinking and dunking you to death and going down the field. The Eagles wanted Washington to do that, because they were hoping you'll either have to settle for a field goal or you're going to make a mistake. They bet on that, and they were correct, because Washington made a ton of mistakes. But the Chiefs don't do that because they have the best quarterback in the world on that side of the ball. And so that is like this fun chess match of, we're happy to give you these yards because you're going to make a mistake. That's how they're happy to play all these teams. But the Chiefs don't make a whole lot of those mistakes. And so something's going to have to give with this for that side of the ball.
So as I look at this, the Eagles are a big too high safety team. They play a lot of cover 4. They play a lot of cover 6. And this has been a Vic Fangio staple. Problem is that Patrick Mahomes is the 7th highest graded quarterback against the cover 4, 3rd highest against cover 6. We talked to Aaron Schatz earlier this week as part of our Super Week preview, brought to you by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland, that intermediate passes may be the way to go, because Philly wants you to dink and dunk.
Yeah.
Because they're really good at not letting you do that. But they haven't been, but they've also been good at covering downfield, but playing those intermediate routes. 2 guys to watch for in this game for Philadelphia are Reed Blankenship and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The 2 safeties have only been targeted 10 times this year on throws of 20 or more yards downfield. Will the Chiefs try to stretch the field a little bit more if the Eagles are good at keeping everything underneath? But when you look at that Eagles zone, 3rd down, Chiefs offense has been the best in the NFL, or one of the best in the NFL, at converting on 3rd down. But a lot of that has happened against teams that play man. They're 3rd best in the NFL on 3rd down against man defense. But against zone defense, their figure drops to middle of the pack in the NFL, about 16th. So the chess match between Chiefs and zone, maybe trying to stretch the field, what happens on 3rd down, could be a real fun little chess match game inside the game against that Eagles zone defense.
Yeah, and speaking of that side of the ball, I know that this stat is nothing new this week, but a lot of people have brought it up. Vic Fangio versus Andy Reid, whether it was when he was the head coach of the Broncos, when he was the consultant with the Eagles in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Of course, he was the coordinator for Knicks Dolphins last year. The guy's never beaten him, since he got to the Broncos. He's really, really struggled. And how much of that is happenstance? I mean, look, when he was on the Broncos, those weren't really good teams. The Eagles, it's a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes doesn't really lose these games. And, last year in the playoffs, he also doesn't lose those. So, there's a part of me that doesn't know how much to make of that. On the other hand, in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, what are the famous plays? Corn dog. And what happened on corn dog? Guys were wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Eagles allowed the Chiefs to walk into the end zone for those easy scores. And so, I always love the Super Bowl and reading the previews, and you have had a ton of great numbers today. And the thing that I wonder is, okay, so who's going to do something different then?
Mm-hmm.
You present these stats. Who is going to buck the trend? And then how will the other respond to the bucking of the trend? They're both going to bring some new things to the table. I was talking to Joey earlier, and we were talking about Travis Kelce. And Travis Kelce, for the longest time, in any game in the playoffs, just take the over on whatever his prop is because he's going to do it. And I was telling him, I'll see the highlights on the TV, and it looks like one of those old-timey football highlights where a guy's in slow motion because it was the 70s and guys ran slower. That's how he looks right now. He had a great first game in the playoffs against Houston. Very pedestrian in the AFC Championship, though, versus Buffalo. Where is he going to be? And how do the Eagles defend him? Are they treating him like a superstar? Are they treating him like we have to stop Travis Kelce and he is our number one guy? And if so, is that almost like a waste of resources because he's not what he was, and thus that allows somebody else to take advantage? Or do they not treat him like that and he's able to have a vintage performance? I'm happy that I don't have to decide. I'm happy that I am not the Eagles staff that has to make the decision on what we do with him, because would it surprise me if I woke up on Monday morning and he had 112 yards and 2 touchdowns? No. Would it surprise me if he had 2 catches for 26 yards? No. It's probably going to be somewhere in the middle, but ultimately I think what Travis Kelce does and the story that tells about the game is pretty interesting to me too.
I will be very curious to see if the Chiefs do try to run the ball a little more, because Philly does run a lot of lighter boxes. 62% of their defensive snaps have been with 6 men or fewer in the box. But the Chiefs haven't had a really big explosive run game this year. But I do think there are opportunities in the run game. I thought when the Rams were cooking against the Eagles, that's when Kyron Williams was able to, get some yards, get down the field, and, make those third downs and second downs easier to manage. Will the Chiefs be that patient, or, will they not? It will be again, another interesting chess match in this game. I think it's a really good matchup. I think it will be a close game.
Yeah, when I get past my feelings.
Of course, the Chiefs always play close games, so what am I saying?
That's true. Only, you look at their playoffs since, Mahomes got there, and especially in recent years, only one Super Bowl has been bad, in terms of like a truly blowout. And they were on the wrong end of that one. That was against the Bucs. Otherwise, I know the 49ers Super Bowl looks like they won by 2 scores. That was a close game. They were down by 10 points in the fourth quarter, and they just got a bunch of scores late. Of course, the one a couple of years ago, down to the wire. Last year went to overtime. It almost went to double overtime. Yeah, when I get past my feelings, the football nerd brain of me very much enjoys this matchup because you got a lot of interesting things, like going back to the motion that we saw a couple of years ago. Bill Barnwell had this. The Chiefs use some form of motion nearly 79% of the time in the playoffs, which was up from 64% in the regular season. In the Super Bowl 2 years ago, it was those plays that got Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney open for those wide open scores. They're going to do that type of stuff, but the Eagles are really good against that type of stuff. The Eagles defensive backs, and especially their young guys, which is wild, Cooper DeJean among them, have done a wonderful job this year, and they look like veterans on that side of the ball. The Eagles defense and what they've been able to do this season, they have taken a huge step up from what they were certainly at the end of last year, and even what they were throughout the 2022 season when they played good quarterbacks. It's an awesome matchup on paper. And these two teams have now played quite a few times over the last few years. They played last year in the Monday night game. They played in the Super Bowl before that. They're going to play again next year, and obviously they're playing in 2 days. They are very familiar with each other. The storylines are great. The football matchup is really, really interesting. And again, Saquon Barkley is going to set the most rushing yards ever in a season record on Sunday. He only needs 30 yards to do so. We are seeing an all-time performance. And then there's the history at stake with the team on the other side of the
So it'll be the rubber match. Philly and Kansas City playing for a title. Phillies beat the Royals in 1980. Chiefs beat the Eagles 2 years ago.
Nice.
Rubber match on Sunday. And, of course, we'll have all the coverage right here on 1620 The Zone, courtesy of Westwood One, starting at 1 p.m., kickoff shortly after 5:30. We'll get to our predictions, which includes props, coming up. But next, we've got content, which includes some reaction to what happened last night with the NFL honors and the Hall of Fame.
Oh.
And maybe the best catch we'll see all season in college softball. And the season just started.
College softball?
College softball.
Softball.
You won't believe this catch.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
On 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
There is still time to vote in the biggest game bracket.
Still?
Which we have right now at 1620thezone.com. Go vote, go vote, go vote.
You know what?
1620thezone.com.
Reminded me that I haven't voted in this big game bracket.
You have to vote, Josh.
I'm going to do so right now. The best Super Bowl of all time, in my opinion,
is anyone that the Rams won.
Oh, rats! It looks like it. Oh, voting is ended. Well, that was awesome, John. You're going to love this though.
What's that?
Rams Titans beat Patriots Rams for the best Super Bowl of all time.
Screw you, Patriots, you cheaters.
All right,
because cheaters never win. Unless they're at Michigan.
Yeah, our
New
voters
England.
Our voters got this wrong. The best Super Bowl was Seahawks Patriots.
No,
that
Titans.
was the best
Great,
Super Bowl.
Great response. I am here to support the listeners of the Grum who voted very smartly.
Where is the 25th? It lost in the first round of 49ers Bengals. Our voters are idiots.
That was a good Super Bowl.
But we love them.
We ready?
Yeah.
MLB and ESPN might be making like my parents and divorcing.
Mini Christmas.
I can make that joke. They're divorced. Both entities have the option to drop the other in their contracts, and ESPN appears to be the one asking for the separation. What would baseball look like without ESPN?
ESPN's been part of baseball since 1990. And it always makes you wonder, how will they cover the sport? Because ESPN notoriously, when they don't have the rights to a sport, they ignore the ever-living bleep out of it.
Now, that's not – they do still cover the Big Ten.
Not as much as they used to.
They still cover those.
Not as much as they used to.
It feels irresponsible to ignore one of the big three. I think baseball is one of the big three.
That said, I mean, ESPN's been upset, and kind of rightfully so, because some of the more recent deals, the stream-only deals, like with Apple TV and with where did the Sunday package move to? Hulu?
YouTube
came in really, really cheap compared to what ESPN pays. And that's been their biggest complaint is, wait, you gave these other deals cheap, and we're sitting here paying all this money. And, of course, ESPN doesn't have as many games on as they used to. So it'd be interesting to see what occurs here. Now, baseball has lived as a regional national sport where the money comes from the local TV deals. And, they rely on the Fox deal, for the postseason. But, yeah, it's going to be different if ESPN doesn't have any part of baseball.
It's wild to think of when I was growing up, they had Sunday Night Baseball, they had Monday Night Baseball, they had Wednesday Night Baseball, and they obviously had baseball tonight. Mm-hmm. And so you couldn't watch that network without seeing a ton of baseball. It seems like they want to be involved with a streamer. They're seeing what's happening with the NBA. They want to be involved with Amazon or something like that. Here's my question. What would ESPN look like without baseball? Because, again, the raw tonnage at times has been very, very high. I still think that they'll come to some agreement. It probably just won't be what baseball is hoping for.
There is a long, long list of first-time eligible players for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame, including my very first favorite football player, Larry Fitzgerald, and his normal-sized ass.
No, it's huge!
Drew Brees and Frank Gore. It's going to be tough to get in if you weren't already in. Am I right?
Ooh, yeah, it might be. Interesting how we didn't talk about the Hall of Fame today. If Eli would have made it, John wouldn't have shut up about this. Every segment would have recommended that we talk about this. Instead, he didn't make it. He didn't even make the cut to get down to the final cut.
I love Larry Fitzgerald.
How about this quote from, let's see, who is this from? Somebody. The biggest obstacle, according to some voters in the room, was that Manning was never really in the discussion as the best player at his position for a chunk of his career. He had Hall of Fame moments, including taking down Bill Belichick and Tom Brady twice, but not necessarily a Hall of Fame career otherwise. It's like I wrote that damn sentence.
That's never been the qualifications. People are moving the bar.
No, they are not.
Yes, they are.
The Hall of
You don't
Fame
have to be the best player at your position.
You have to be considered
one of the best.
He wasn't
There's
ever
a huge difference.
And he was never one of the best.
Mm-hmm.
He was never all pro. Come on. Again, you're only doing this for the bit. He was never an all-pro. He was never one of the best.
I don't care.
No one ever said, who is the top 5 quarterbacks?
It's a Hall of Fame. How many Super Bowls? 2. Won 2 of the most famous Super Bowls of all time. He's a Hall of Famer.
John, you're just a lover of celebrity. That's sad. I thought that you loved metrics and things that you could grasp and hold.
No.
Not just talking about
ban the nerds.
TMZ.
Ban them.
Speaking of the Hall of Fame, Antonio Gates was one of the 4 players that was part of this year's class. People forget he didn't play college football was often said about him, especially in his early years with the Chargers. Do you think we'll ever see a player like him at that high level ever again?
No, because now college players are getting paid big bucks. So
that's true.
So, the opportunity will be there. Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to see a guy who never played at the college level excel like Antonio Gates did.
Ridiculous. Julius Peppers played both college football and college basketball at North Carolina. It is a great name, Nick. And, eventually college football or football in general was going to be the sport for him. Antonio Gates. And I was looking at his Wikipedia page this morning because I was trying to remember exactly how it worked out. And he went to play college basketball instead. And the dude was ridiculous. He was such a fun tight end. Nick, they always talked about it because of the way he would catch the ball. They'd be like, wow, look, he's boxing him out like it's basketball. He was good.
Summer radio topic. Let's do a draft of the best names in sports.
The best names?
Yes.
Okay.
Sterling Sharp got the call to the Hall, but Torrey Holt continues to wait for his. Why do the voters continue to deny Holt?
John's going to be a better answer for this than I am. I guess I don't know what the stats are for Torrey Holt.
The stats are tremendous,
dude.
For him, he led the league in receiving a couple of times. He was Pro Bowl 7 times. He was Offensive Player of the Year candidate twice. When you look at the stats for whom he is most comparable to.
Yeah, who is
Paul Warfield in the Hall of Fame, Cliff Branch in the Hall of Fame, Lance Allworth in the Hall of Fame, Michael Irvin in the Hall of Fame, Steve Smith should be in the Hall of Fame.
I'm stunned, though, I'll be honest, that Sterling Sharp got in. I thought that he was just going to be one of those players that because his career was so short that he never made it. He only played 7 seasons. But he is going to join now Terrell Davis, the Gale Sayers types, who were ridiculous for such a short amount of time. And, he didn't retire. Terrell Davis was essentially lost because of injuries. Sterling Sharp, the crazy thing with his neck, his last year is 1994. It's wild to think that his career is like the beginning of the Brett Favre Green Bay Packer experience, and he misses the glory years. He doesn't win a Super Bowl with him. But, everyone who was there in the moment, didn't people think he was better than his brother Shannon?
Yes.
And Shannon was obviously ridiculous. I didn't realize until I was looking at his numbers. 18 touchdowns in 94? That is insane.
Yeah, and so this isn't to say that Sterling Sharp
doesn't deserve
it, but it's just that Torrey Holt continues to wait is silly. And I do wonder if Sterling Sharp got in because of his brother, too.
You think so?
I think that's part of it. I think they like the story.
I think it's a Nepo pick.
Well, they're brothers, though. Is that nepotism?
I think it is. It's still family.
Poll question.
I don't think it has to be like father or mother.
Yeah, Sterling deserves to be in. I'm not saying he doesn't, but so does Torrey Holt.
John, one of your favorite Rams of all time is joining Coach Prime. Marshall Faulk has been hired at Colorado's running backs coach. How does this make you feel?
Well, it's sad that he has to join Coach Prime, but that's a good hire.
Is it?
Yes. Marshall Faulk is a very intelligent football player. And
has he been coaching?
He is one of the best running backs I have ever seen. I think he will be able to impart knowledge upon those players. I think this is a good hire.
Has he been coaching?
If he has, it's been...
Oh, this will be his first time coaching?
Yeah. He might have been doing some stuff with youth or something. Yeah. But no, he's a smart player. And let's face it, with Prime, there's a little bit of celebrity going on here. And helping,
he is a very big celebrity.
Helping in recruiting, which is what college sports is all about.
Yeah, no idea if this will be good for Colorado. I don't know how good of a coach he'll be. But I wanted to mention him as a running back. In my lifetime, I think Adrian Peterson is the best. But Marshall Faulk is probably, him and LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, are probably in some order 2 and 3. Faulk was ridiculous, and that the Colts traded him away is just so wonky to me all these years later.
The Baltimore Orioles are going to have uniform that is all orange. Is that too much or not enough orange?
Too much orange. I wouldn't mind it with the white pants.
Which they will have.
Okay, I think that'll look
they have
good.
options.
I think that'll look good. I like when baseball teams wear a uniform that is their team color. I like it when the Cubs wear the blue jerseys. I just wouldn't want them to wear the all blue. I think the all orange is a bit much, but I think the orange with the white pants is a solid.
The Orioles did do this in the early 70s for a short period of time where they wore orange head to toe. It's just such a, I don't want to say like an invasive color, but it just is like, ugh, really?
Yeah, it is a lot.
That much orange?
I wonder if that gives any kind of advantage, Like, the guy up to bat is distracted by how orange the pitcher is.
Probably not, Nick. They're professionals.
Probably won't, but yeah, that's a little too much orange for me.
Yesterday was the start of softball season. Jordy Ball did Jordy Ball things, but Texas A&M's Kramer Eshte did something pretty cool.
Average, very consistent hitter.
Is there enough room for Kramer Eshte? Oh my goodness, did she catch it again? Put it on the highlight reel. Incredible.
So Eshte, who's the left fielder, is racing towards the foul territory. And, of course, there's a wall there that separates the field from the bullpen. Reaches over the wall. It gets into her glove, but because her body collides with the wall, it kind of pops the ball out of the glove, but it pops the ball out back towards the field of play, where then she then recovers and dives back towards the field and makes the catch essentially for the second time. It's a really cool play.
Does that count as 2 outs?
It should, Nick. That was an awesome catch.
The only thing that I wish, so her last name is pronounced Eshte. It's spelled Eschete. I wish her name was pronounced Eshete, like machete.
Like machete?
That'd be awesome.
I've never seen that movie. Maybe a movie club picked up.
Oh, we're gonna have to watch.
I've never seen Machete either.
Ah, Machete.
Nice.
Starring a Rams fan.
Oh, okay.
I thought you just forgot who it was. and you were
He
trying
did.
to
I
get
did.
off.
Googling him.
Oh my God! I
Danny
forget his-
Trejo.
Danny
Danny
Trejo. Trejo. Trejo.
Did you know
Trejo.
that
He's a big Rams fan.
Machete and Spy Kids are in the same universe?
No.
They are.
Well, cool.
Finally, boys, what's on the menu for Sunday?
Sounds like we are doing nachos, and she will be frying the tortillas into chips for the nachos.
And then after the Eagles win, Josh has to eat off of.
Okay, John. That is my wife, John.
But it's celebratory sex.
Well,
for her.
Yeah, for one of us. She'll be watching highlights. You think anything's happening? She's gonna be sitting in front of the TV.
True. That's true. It's much better to watch highlights.
No matter
than have
what
sex with
happens,
you.
the end of my night, I'll be in bed alone.
Wow.
I will. She'll be watching games, or she'll just be sad. There's not gonna be happiness for me at the end of the night. But nachos is the answer.
I don't know.
I think I want to do a margarita.
Yeah?
I haven't had a margarita in a while.
Do a
Yeah,
jalapeno
this is my last time drinking for a while.
Margaritas famously green, just like the Eagles.
Maybe I
nice.
won't. A lot of my running gear is green, and so I'll go out on Sundays and I'll be like, "Rats! I see these Eagles fans, and they probably think I'm an Eagles fan."
Margarita's a good call, though, because then you can
Eagles,
practice
fly.
your Spanish slurs.
Oh my gosh, what are you having, Nick?
Probably meat and cheese. I like meat and cheese and crackers.
Meat and cheese and crackers. This
Hell
is the
yeah.
saddest Super Bowl meal of all time.
Nah, that's my favorite.
Speaking of the Super Bowl.
Predictions next on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
All right. We got ourselves a race to the
Again.
finish.
This happened last year too. Well, it was me and Josh.
This time it's for all of us.
Yeah.
We're all within 4 or 3 points of each other, and this is the final week in this round of predictions. Then we get to the round where we truly separate the men from the boys, though. Lately, I mean, the man has been winning all of them lately. And
it's time for the boys.
Whoa, which boys are you? Are you Homelander?
Okay, let's settle down, Nick.
So I've got a 2-point lead on Josh. Actually, it's really a game and a half because I have 4 bonus points.
Your bonus points
from the deal. So
Josh
would hold the tiebreaker if we end up with the same number of wins.
It's interesting that
because he has
Sean
fewer
is
losses.
the only one with bonus points. That doesn't feel fair.
That's because you guys suck at picking upsets.
Well,
and the problem with this
mainly
time
because
of
we
year is-
stopped doing upsets.
Well, the problem is there's not as many to choose
Well,
from.
what if we and this is not on the sheet? So Nick, I
There's-
apologize.
but
Should we
there's
do
nothing
like a long shot prop of the week for the Super Bowl? Let's find something of like plus 300 or better.
I don't.
Oh, come
Do
on.
you really want to do that?
Yes, it's fun.
Well, I haven't even thought about it yet.
Well, I just did.
Well, I didn't.
All right, let's get to the games.
Tonight, St. John's UConn at UConn. College basketball primetime hoops on Fox. The Johnnies, the first place Johnnies, are a 4.5-point underdog.
They call them the Johnnies?
This is their first like true opportunity to show people that they're for real, right?
Well, they just beat Marquette. That was a pretty
I
good
know.
one.
No offense to Marquette, but like this is the first like real opportunity.
No, the Marquette one was a real opportunity too. But this,
Huskies. Welcome to the Big East, St. John's.
I'm taking St. John's.
I'm going to take the Huskies.
Okay. This weekend, Florida is at Auburn. We don't have a line yet, but this was a 10-point spread on Bart. I made it 8.5. Wow. Florida plus 8.5 at Auburn.
Give me Auburn.
God, that's a lot of points. Didn't Florida just get rocked by Tennessee last weekend? I think they did.
Mm-hmm. Or did they rock Tennessee?
Auburn.
I'm going to go Auburn, too.
Okay. Basketball, John? Are we okay?
Yeah,
here?
the quality of the NBA games tonight are... So I picked the one with the biggest line. The Raptors are plus 19.5 at the OKC Thunder.
Thunder, one of the best teams in the league. I don't know about the Raptors. I'll just take the Thunder. You can't go into Oklahoma City and expect to win a basketball game. Unless you're the Warriors in 2016.
I don't know if that's
Got
true,
him.
but...
I like dinosaurs.
Oh,
What?
Jurassic Park.
Yeah. That was my favorite. That was my first ever favorite movie.
So you're going to take the Raptors.
Yes, because Thunder is famously not a dinosaur.
I'm going to take OKC.
Oh, hockey.
Omaha's team, the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Sick of all you
are
Penguins
at
fans.
the Rangers tonight. I'm going to take Bing Bong, the Rangers.
Yeah, of the original 6, I hate the Penguins the most.
The Penguins aren't original 6.
Adjacent.
They're
They're not?
No.
Okay. Well,
the original
I hate
6 are Toronto, Montreal, Detroit, Chicago, the
New York.
Rangers, and Boston.
Oh, rats, you're right. Yeah, I don't like Pittsburgh. Give me the Rangers.
I'll take the Penguins.
Tomorrow, in a game you can hear right here on 1620 The Zone, 11:30 pregame, 1 o'clock tip.
Nice.
Marquette visits Creighton. Ryan Kalkbrenner, he's on a roll, baby. Over under on points, 19.5.
I'm going to take the under.
I'm going to take the over.
No, really?
Yep.
Blue Jay Bishop.
No, remember what he said about the fans earlier, though?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, undies.
North Dakota State is at Omaha tomorrow. Another 1 o'clock tip. This is at Baxter. And according to Bart, North Dakota State, 2.5-point favorite at Omaha.
Why do they keep doubting the trash cans?
I don't know.
Give me the trash cans.
Give me the trash.
Nick, next time we do one of these, make sure you have a trash can graphic.
I'll just put Oscar the Grouch.
Nice.
The wrong team is favored.
Maybe he wouldn't be a grouch if he didn't live in a trash can.
Sunday.
Pull up his
Before
bootstraps.
the Super Bowl, Ohio State is at Nebraska, where the Huskers, according to Bart, are about a 2.5 point favorite.
Over the Ohio State?
Over the Ohio State.
Will Howard and Jeremiah Smith
If
ain't walking through
Ryan
that door,
Day
Nick.
were coaching this game, I would pick Ohio State, and I'd take him to win by 100. But Ryan Day and his glorious dark black beard are not coaching. Nebraska wins at home and covers the 2.5.
I'm going to take Ohio State.
Ooh.
Same.
Wow. The haters are in the room, and they outnumber me.
You like that picture that I found?
Look at the graphic that Nick made for Luca. My name is Luca.
You
That's
like
pretty
that?
good, Nick.
Now,
that's a
this
picture. That's a real
debut was
picture.
supposed to be tomorrow, but apparently it's been pushed back to Monday.
That's fine. That's still before next week's predictions.
So how many points? So this is going to go to the closest to
My name is Luca.
without going over. But if everyone goes over, it's still closest to, if you understand those rules.
I got
So
it.
it's basically Price is Right rules. How many points will Luka have in his Lakers debut?
19.
22.
Ooh, you guys. Ooh.
Yeah, we're good, John.
No, you're not good.
I know
We're
ball.
the best, John. John.
Look at Laker Luca.
23.
Look at him, John.
You were accosting me, and then you pick at the same number.
No, I picked 23. This one will be pick any 3 players to get a touchdown in the Super Bowl. And how we'll score this is whoever gets the most correct
Gets a point.
gets a point. And if everyone gets the same number,
We all get a
everyone
point?
gets a point.
Okay.
So you need to pick 3 guys in this game who will score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. I'm going to start with Jalen Hurts.
That's a solid pick.
I'm going to add Barkley.
Yep.
And I'm going to add I'm going to go with
You going to Chief?
the kid from Texas, Xavier
Watts.
Worthy. Xavier Worthy.
Watts.
Worthy.
I'm going to go with 2 Eagles as well. Hurts is a very good pick. I'm going to go with Hurts. Let's go with A.J. Brown. And I will go with Travis Kelce.
Nice. You think Kelsey's going to do a touchdown?
I think he can score a touchdown, Nick. Yes.
I'm going to go with Saquon. I'm going to go with A.J. Brown. And I'm going to go with Hollywood Brown.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So there's a good chance that only one of us will get the point. Unless, of course.
So there's a little overlap, right? Like
there's a little. Well, we have overlap.
Yeah, and then Nick and I have overlap.
And I have overlap. With
So we all
John.
could. I mean, we could all get one, and then all get the point.
That's true.
Patrick Mahomes' number of rushing attempts over under 5.5.
I'm going to go over.
I'm going to take the under.
I will also go with the over. I mean, you look at him in the last, in his Super Bowls, he had 9 in the first win.
Yeah, but he's old now.
See, but here's the thing, though. If you think the Chiefs are going to win, he's taking knees. He could take upwards of 3 kneel downs. I'm going over.
Does that
counts? Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Now you're going to change yours to the over. Rats. Yeah, those count as rushes.
Does that officially count? I thought there was a team rush.
Maybe you should just stick with.
Isn't
the
it
under.
a team rush?
It is not a team rush.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% positive.
All right, I am going to put a pin in that for a second.
Put a pin in it.
Well, I need to look.
It counts. You need to get your Bill Simmons game right, John. They talk about this.
Bill
all the
Simmons
time.
is a jackass. I'll never listen to him. Are kneel downs rushing attempts?
They are rushing attempts. This is college football, I believe, does the team situation. Damn it! Why did I say that?
I'm going to take the over.
Oh man!
Thanks, Josh.
That was stupid of me.
Yeah, it was.
I was like, why wouldn't John take the over? He's, you think he's going to pick the Chiefs to win.
Travis Kelce receiving yards over under 59.5.
I'm worried that he's going to break a hip, so I'm going to take the under.
Oh, as long as they show Taylor when it happens. I'm going. Over.
Same.
Saquon Barkley, this is both rushing and receiving yards. 127.5.
Look, Michael and I talked about this when you were gone on Tuesday. I know that the trend says these running backs do not get this number. I'm going over. I know that it counts receiving too, so that's going to help, but I'm going to go over.
I'm going over.
I'll go over.
Wow.
Who leads the Eagles in receiving yards? Nick?
I don't know all the Eagles.
So you got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith, you got Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
Those would be the obvious ones. Saquon, of course.
Devontae Smith, I think.
Okay. He thinks.
Well, I mean, it's a guess. I'm going to go A.J. Brown.
Yeah, same. Him and me, handshake meme on reading books. Give me A.J.
This is both teams combined sacks over or under 5.5.
So, famously, the Eagles defense, best sack team of all time 2 years ago, had 0. But I think they're going to get there, and I think the Chiefs are going to get there. Over.
Under.
Will there be a special teams touchdown?
No.
Wow, this seems like an automatic Josh yes. It's almost like the overtime pick.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Do we have an overtime pick in this one?
I don't know. I didn't put it in.
No, I didn't put it in.
Oh. What's Josh going to pick, though? That's an easy one for you and me, John.
It went to overtime last year.
That was, what, second time ever?
Yeah, well.
I'm also going no on the special teams. Okay. Largest lead of the game, is it over or under 14.5 points?
That's the prop, by the way. That's the real number.
That's a really good number.
Under.
It seems huge.
Nice. Thank you.
Over.
Really?
Yeah.
Under.
And the game, it's a 1.5 point spread. The total is 48.5 points. I said 2 weeks ago, I thought the Eagles were going to win. But the Eagles don't have the one thing that the Chiefs do.
The refs on their side.
They have two things the Eagles don't have. Number 15, Patrick Mahomes.
He's the GOAT.
He is the best player at his position in the game today. I think this will be close because all Chiefs games are. I trust both these defenses. Chiefs 23, Eagles 17.
I am a nihilist right now. I'm a nihilism boy. Which means I think that means the Chiefs are going to win, because why the hell wouldn't they?
Well, that's interesting because that's my thought too. I'm also a nihilist, and that means the Eagles are going to win.
24-17 Chiefs.
Wow, so with our nihilism combined, I'm going 33-30. I said this last week. I think the Eagles are going to be up by quite a few scores at one point, thus hitting the over on the 14.5. I think that the Chiefs will come back and make it interesting, and then they will lose by a score. Maybe they'll tie the game, and then there will be a kick by what's-his-bucket to win the game 33-30 with under 2 minutes to go.
I wouldn't trust him. He's not a great kicker.
He's not, but Michael had the good stat earlier this week. It's actually indoors. He's been fine this year. His beyond 50 stuff is only outside, and he'll kick it. My wife will be very happy, and I will be happy for her. And then I will say, I'll be happy that she's happy.
And then she's going to drag you into the bedroom. You'll be crying your eyes out.
She will stay out in the living room.
She'll be having celebratory sex while watching NFL Network highlights.
I will say, honey, I'm going to go.
Obviously, you're not going to be in good performing condition.
So this is. I just realized the book that I am going to start next is called A Short Stay in Hell, which is actually kind of perfect.
Yeah, but it'll actually be a long stay because the Eagles will be able to claim the championship for the next 200 days.
But that night for me will be a short stay in hell because the night will almost be over by the time the Super Bowl's over. So
are you going to be okay with another NFC team?
Yes, and then you'll shut up. The rating of
there you go, Josh. That's what you can cheer for.
There we go.
The Eagles to win because of this.
Oh, man, that'll make me so happy that John will just have to shut his mouth.
But for right now, your reigning, defending, undisputed NFC champions in the Super Bowl are still your Los Angeles Rams. You're welcome, America.
And with that,
when you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably
I don't believe it.
Like going out to eat.
The Hy-Vee special from the deli, the steak, the mashed potatoes, the
how
green
was
beans.
it?
Was very good.
Nice. My leftovers were tasty, as they always are.
Nice. I made lemon pepper chicken last night.
How was
with
it?
Asparagus. It was delicious.
Breast or thigh?
Breast.
Breast. Tonight, I'm going to go with, speaking of chicken, Nick, I'm going to go with some buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Ooh, yum.
For dinner, yeah. Call me Tasty Boy.
Guess Connor Happer's not coming over for dinner.
What's up, Tasty Boy?
Oh, Nick, that sounds great coming out of your lips.
I honestly don't know.
Wow. John Bishop
I'm not home. I can't
doesn't know what's for dinner.
You know what I do when I know that Riss is going to be making dinner? I ask her in the morning, "What are we having for dinner?" So I can talk about it on the show.
Well,
and then if she's not home, I rack my brain to figure out if the segment can be good. I am trying to show up with a topic.
Right. And I text my girlfriend who's like, "Hey, do you have any dinner ideas? If not, I'll come up with something."
Yeah, but this is also the segment where we can discuss. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Super Bowl commercials.
Rice and pot stickers, by the way.
And apparently one of the more celebrity-laden Super Bowl commercials this year will be for Pringles.
I don't care. Was that mine last week?
Do you not like Pringles?
No, it's the Super Bowl commercials.
I had a bad
I am so out on this mumbo jumbo.
I had a bad experience with Pringles a few years ago.
They're chips. How can you have a bad experience
They're
with
actually
chips?
legally they're not chips. They're
Oh my
crisps.
gosh.
Yeah, that's true. They legally couldn't be called chips.
I don't know. All I know is me and another person ate out of the same tube and we both threw up.
That is probably a movie.
What?
I think it's called.
How do people get sick off Pringles?
I don't know. I'm confused about it too.
Weird.
Is that the movie where they sew the people together? What's that movie called?
The
Human Centipede.
Human Centipede. That is eating out of the same tube.
Oh no.
That was the tagline. Human Centipede : eating out of the same tube, and I got sick.
So Pringles, John.
Man, at least at the front of that, you're good to go.
I have always
true.
liked Pringles.
I mean, you're sewn to another human being.
Pringles.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to feel that at the end.
Pringles are delicious. I like Pringles. I don't have them that often, but I do like them when they're
Is
around.
that movie streaming?
Human Centipede? You want to pick that for Movie Club?
I just don't know what John's thinking these days.
John, have you ever
What?
seen the Human Centipede?
No,
I've seen the South Park.
I think I know what the plot is, and I'm good. I'm good.
It is available on
Okay.
Amazon.
Nice.
I'm totally good. And
A mad scientist achieves his dream of creating a human centipede by attaching 3 people together.
Imagine having that as a dream.
Yeah.
What a weirdo.
Freakazoid.
Well, friends, have a great weekend.
And that's how the Grum ends for the week.
Amazing.
Yep.
Got great basketball this weekend. Got great football this weekend.
And then it'll be over, thank God.
And then football will be over, and Josh will finally be happy again.
But then we can start looking ahead to the 2025 season.
When Josh will be unhappy again.
Bye.
Bye.